Okay, dude, fucking Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are Game Awards, okay? I can't deal. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my forward-facing ad. Oh, Bob, that's it. Game Awards. I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial that previously people had never heard of before. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan, our broadcast coming to you live from rainy Le Mans, France, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It is rainy out here in Le Mans, 57 degrees, and pouring rain, as a matter of fact, in and out. Here in Le Mans, not Paris, France. That's right. And race day is happening both today and tomorrow, obviously. Le Mans. And I am going to be talking all about that in a second, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button, so help me God. It is 10:25 a.m. in Los Angeles time, but it is actually 7:25 here in France. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's exactly what I'm going to do, because I had a very, very long day. What are you doing in France? I am here to broadcast GP Explorer, which is happening today and tomorrow, but especially the actual competition is happening tomorrow, and I'm going to get to it in a second. I'm going to tell you all about that in a moment. But last night I ended the broadcast. And what did I do? I went to sleep. Just kidding. I did not actually. Get off your phone and pay attention to us, please, Dad. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally live, and I'm paying attention to all of you. Okay, so ended the broadcast last night, and I thought I'd be able to go to sleep, but boy, was I wrong. I didn't go to sleep until 3:34 a.m. out here. Had to wake up at 10:30 a.m. So at least I got 6 hours. 6+ hours. And after that 6 hour-ish, 7 hour-ish sleep, after that, I had a busy day. Shot an episode of the Sweet and Sour podcast with Lily Pichu and Pokimane. Did that. Did you see Moist Critical call out Israel? Wait, oh my God, that's amazing. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Tides are changing. I literally the other day I said that's my normie meter. The Moist meter is my normie meter, so I guess it's over. It's over for Israel. It's done. But as I was saying, so we'll get to all that in a second. Personal news wise, woke up early in the morning. Well, not early, but like 10:30 after 6 hours of sleep. Not the worst. Definitely could have slept a little bit longer. And shot the Sweet and Sour podcast with Pokemon in Le Mans, in like actually the heart of Le Mans, because we're not like, we're on the outskirts of Le Mans, but we went to a beautiful little bookstore that was very like Harry Potter coded, where they gave me a bunch of cool stuff, and I'm gonna go through that in a second. But got some gifts, met some fans, met some lone Hasanabi heads out here that live in Le Mans. And I was shocked. I was shocked that they even exist out here, but did that, came back, went to the race, went to the actual racetrack, experienced everything that was going on. I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm going to tell you all about like all the things that I did at the racetrack. But it was a truly exceptional, incredible experience. And I'm here. Now I'm here, rushed back to my hotel room so that I could come and broadcast for you guys. Yes, I saw Ludwig spin out in real time. I was there. So, we are going to become le raciste tomorrow, but I became a raciste today. We'll talk about the Greta Thunberg stuff as well, and a lot more. But basically, there's thousands of people taking to the streets all around the world for Israel right now. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that, against Israel right now. We'll talk about the new Japanese prime minister. I know she's hard right in LDP and loves Thatcher. She's also loves Adolf Hitler, and other things as well. Charlie Moist Critical has spoken out against Israel, it seems. So there's that. You guys time-stamped it. Big news. Oh boy, big news. Okay, and a lot more. Is that one of the Palyers jerseys? No, I forget who sent this to me, but it's there's an update about the flotilla attack in Tunisia too. Yeah, Israel admits, or CBS News out of the gates hit one last news bit about Israel before Barry White's takeover. So that's cool as well. And we'll cover all of that and more right now. Let me blast off real quick. But yeah. Okay. Unc needed trimming. Yeah, when I get back from France, I will get the trim. But yeah, I cannot. I'll just start with this. I cannot comprehend how big of an event this is. Like, I don't think you guys can understand how big of an event this is. Okay? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Anyway, Hamas accepts peace as IOF keeps bombing despite Trump's demands. Government shutdown. MAGA blamed. CBS reveals Israel bombed Tunisia. Bombed. Israel bombed flotilla in Tunisia. Mass Palestine mobilization. I can't believe how massive EP3 is get in now. There you go. That's good. Do we have a blast off meme or no? I swear my loyalty to you. Good. Are you nervous, Unc? No. Why is the camera so high up, bruh? I don't want to look at the floor. Okay, well, it is what it is. You enjoying France in general? How's the vibe? France is amazing. But I will say this. I got no motion out here, chat. It is pretty crazy how little motion I have. How much of a no motion ass I am. How much of a no motion having ass I have. I don't even know what I'm saying. Did you shoot yourself when Lowy spun out? A little bit. Just say wee wee. I'm gonna be honest. When we're out the streets, listen, bro. We don't go out. No. When we're in the streets of Paris, things are very different. Okay. When we're in the streets of Paris, things are very different. I have no riz and no motion at this massive event. No fans whatsoever. I've never been to such a crowded, packed, influencer-based event where I got 0 people bothering me. It was kind of awesome, but it was also somewhat humbling as well. It was awesome because I could just like walk around and it was sick. It was dope. But it was... it made me realize like I got no motion in France whatsoever. Okay. None. Not even a little bit. I have no riz and no motion at this massive event. I have no fans. Piker. Yeah, that's true. Le Mans, what'd you expect? This is my town. And sorry, but you are not famous at all here. No, I know. Did Pokimane have more motion than you? Pokimane has presidential motion. We're going to talk about all of that in a second. Okay. First off, let's get started. So we shoot the podcast, and I got these little, we went into Le Mans. It was beautiful. What a beautiful town it is. Oh my God. And, we shot this podcast at this like beautiful little bookstore. Okay. And it was crazy. They gave us this Chez Chat Cheshire. I don't know. Okay. They gave me like a coffee mug, a little bookend, and a little glass to drink out of as well. It's very cute. Very cute stuff. And also a little, I don't know, this thing to put your drink on. Okay. Some stickies, a card, a little sticker, a little card. Okay. Very cute. A coaster. Yeah. I forget what the thing is called. But then we went into an old bookstore where I went and got these two books. Well, one is a pamphlet more so. This is La Voix Fondamentale, which is Che Guevara's speech. Okay. And I think it has like, and then this old Jules Guesde book. This is a French journalist, activist that was somewhat impactful in like early Marxist thought, or early socialist thought as well. I thought that was cool. This is from 1929, this book. And also, I don't know, but there was another store. Do you read books? I mean, it's pronounced like Geide, not Gesde. Okay, Geide. But that's French anyway. I do know how to read, but in English and in Turkish. So Then another owner of the store down the road, I guess, found out that we were there, and they gave us this, and I don't even know what this is. So I'm just opening it for the first time right now. Lemon, la cite, Plantagenet. Plantagenet? Is that how you say it? And then this. Oh, this is dope. Nice little art. This entire town is designed around the Le Mans race. Like the Le Mans is all about the race. Like everywhere you go. And then postcards. Give me some postcards as well. Originally from Le Mans, Hubert Poirot Bourdain brings back stories from his travels that he often illustrates in Indian ink. He plays with contrast between black and colors and never forgets to instill a little poetry in his drawings. For luxury hotels, the textile industry, children's publishing, the press, or even the sales, he draws for all media and all formats. Yeah, he gave me a print. Did you see the Cathedral of St. Julian? Yes. I didn't go inside, but it was beautiful. It's like Le Mans. Le is how you pronounce. Okay, well. Le Mans. But where's Le Women's? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a Le Mans, but where is Le Women? Le Mans. So after that, we came back to the hotel for a second, and then immediately went to the racing area. And I've been filming a little bit too, so I can just like make some vlog content potentially. But I will say this, okay? This event is unlike anything that Americans are capable of doing, okay? Make no mistake. I don't think you guys understand. Like, I was thinking about this, and Pokey and I are in agreement on this too. But like, we've been to a lot of big events, right? We have friends that make big events. We have friends that do big events, right? It is incomprehensible. This is a legitimate, like this is like a legitimate, massive, real race. Okay, hundreds of thousands of people have come to Le Mans specifically for this event. Do you understand how big that is? I'm saying hundreds. Like I think it's more than 100,000, if not 200,000 people. 200,000 people in physical, like in the physical space. There are, I'm going to repeat it again, 200,000 people that are there. Okay? 80K today, 200K total. And that's just the people that are at the event. And now, this is not a Formula One race, guys. This is not like, you know, obviously that's an entirely different thing. But like Formula One is like, you said, 400K. Average Formula One weekend is like 400K. Okay, but that's Formula One. This is a Twitch streamer created event. That's just the physical tickets. Like that's just like what people are coming to watch. Okay? Like the Super Bowl is like 80 to 100K people. We're talking about double that for a Twitch streamer event. Okay? For a YouTuber, like an event that a YouTuber's throwing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like the motion is like there's levels to this, and the French gap us. We knew that the Spanish gap us, but the French absolutely gap us as well. And even on the first day, and this is supposed to be just like the qualifiers or like, you know, this isn't the actual race, right? Squeezy was live streaming the whole day. I think he might still be live streaming, as a matter of fact, because I think the event's not done yet. Oh, I think it literally just ended probably. But he had like 600K, 700K people watching the whole day. Okay? It's unlike anything you can imagine. And it's just so crazy because like people don't know. Like people have no idea. You know what I mean? Like Americans, we have no idea how many people are tuning into this, both online, how many people are watching on TV, how many people are just watching in general. It is crazy. Okay? And you had 200,000 people coming in, 80K people, and not, and there was like maybe 10 people that recognized me. That's how little motion I have. But that's not, that's a joke. But yeah, we got in. I got to see Lucas for a second in between, like after he was done competing. Met his family, saw some friends, hung out with Nick and Slime. That's what you get for ignoring car guys. I agree. And I don't know how to explain this to you guys. Like I'm a little nervous that between me and Pokey, like not a lot of Americans are aware of this event and not a lot of Americans are going to be invested in watching it. And I'm a little bit worried about that because like I think tomorrow's going to be major. Like Squeezy probably will have like 1 million plus. 1.2 million, I think last year is what he had. eBay is also streaming it for the Spanish audience because there's Spanish streamers that are participating in this. There's French streamers that are participating in this. And then we have little old Ludwig and Michael Reeves on the American side. So I'm a little bit nervous with these like major players. eBay. Okay, eBay. Because it's only the French, it's the Moroccan, Algerian, and the Belarusian, Tunisia, etc. And Pokey was featured in so many French YouTubers. Yeah. It's going to be streamed on my channel. It's going to be streamed on Pokey's channel. We're going to be dual streaming it. But it starts at 12:30 French time. So that's super, super... Like, I'm basically going to stop the stream tonight and then start very early in the morning for LA time. And the major race is at 6 p.m. French time, which means it's going to be at, I guess 9 a.m. Yeah, 9 a.m. is the main race, but we're going to be live for basically 6 hours prior to that. So we're starting at 3 a.m. Pacific time, okay? We're starting at 3 a.m. Pacific time, 3:30. Pacific time and going all the way through the entire broadcast. They didn't know us, little bro. The perks of being an NA and also a race fan. Yeah, has this been your first encounter with Pokey? The fuck? That's so funny. What? I really don't do a lot of collabs anymore, huh? That's so funny that I have like a 4-month subscriber that just didn't know that I've known Pokey for years. And I've been good friends with Pokemate for, what, like 8 years almost. But basically, we'll see what happens. We're going to have, it's a professional setup. Like, you're going to see me in a way that you've never seen before. I'm sitting behind a desk. I'm at the race. The race is happening behind me in real time. We're going to have a bunch of rotating guests coming over. We have Etoile, my friend Chloe, who is a podcaster, TikToker as well. And we're gonna have I think Pokey has some French influencers that also speak English as well that'll be showing up. And then last but not least, we of course have Nick and Slime of the Yard that will be also on the ones and twos as well on this stream. Yes, it's going to be live on my stream and Pokey stream. Okay. Pokey speak French regardless. Yes. So can you commentate on with the transatlantic accent? Yes. Did you meet Kameto? If yes, have you mentioned him, Le Grand Replacement? No, I have not, but I will be talking to him about that. But when I see him, I don't know. I haven't been able to see. No, Nick is Falco from The Yard. Okay, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be grand. It's gonna be a Grand Prix. Thank you for the playlist, Amasius. But basically, as far as my experience goes, like I just could not believe that a dude I know that is like a YouTuber was able to put together such a ginormous event such as this. We here in the United States of America have nothing. We have no motion. We have no swag. We got no bitches. Okay. Our weed is not loud. We think our smoke is gas. It is not. Okay. Our smoke is farts. These motherfuckers have real ass motion. Like, I don't know how to explain this to you guys. Okay. Like I know the numbers. I see the numbers with like eBuy's events, right? I see the numbers with eBuy's events when he's like throwing them together and it looks so big and so grand and so spectacular. Being at one of those things is entirely different. Because even as like a physical event, it's a gigantic event. Okay. Even as a physical event is ginormous. But then on top of that, it's like a legit televised sporting event as well. As in like it's being broadcast on French television. There's like real celebrities that are attending, you know what I mean? It's like a whole thing. And on top of that, there's also tremendous amounts of people that are like tuning in all over the internet. He sold those tickets in less than 1 hour and it's 13 million euro total tickets. So the event cost to put together this event, it cost 10 million euros. Okay. Chat saying Cutie does not get it at all. No. We don't even have the capacity to do stuff like this. Like Cutie's events are massive, but I'm talking like Kai Cenat, for example, right? Like Kai Cenat is the most like consistently large event doing streamer, right? The event cost 10 million euros to put together and it shows. Okay. It shows. Do car guys make that much? No, these aren't car guys. These are some of France's top content creators, Twitch streamers, TikTokers, whatnot, going up against some of Spain's top content creators. They're going up against one another, obviously. They're competing against one another. And, you know, I mean, this is sponsored by Netflix. It's sponsored by Samsung. Like, this is a major incident. Like, it's a major incident. It's a major event. And it's incredible. It's incredibly well organized. It's like a legit event. And it was crazy seeing the fans like go insane mode. Easy explanation. France embraces big YouTubers as mainstream media. They meet the president. US YouTubers are kept in a corner away from legacy media. Yeah. For sure. I'm a French living in California, and you're one of my favorite streamers, and seeing you hanging out with my favorite French streamers is just so awesome. Hell yeah. Did you actually take photos for your dying Instagram account? I did. I took some photos. It's much more about the audience being very active IRL compared to US. Yeah, that too. So, like I said, I just could not comprehend the sheer scale of this thing. when experiencing it, and the fandom, like they're so crazy. They went nutty mode. But there was a moment where like we were walking up to the platform, and in order to pass the platform, you go through this like VIP area, and there are fans waiting outside the VIP area to get like a look at some of their favorite content creators, some of their favorite celebrities, right? So I walk up, and there's a couple little girls in the front that were like, Hasan, Hasan, Hasan. But like the entire crowd has no fucking clue who I am, right? And then I made the mistake of walking up in front of Pokimane and chat. I cannot explain to you the generational aura that Pokey had and the generational aura loss that I experienced. They went fucking crazy. Now, obviously, she's like collaborated with a lot of the big French streamers. She speaks French as well. And she's fucking Pokimane, right? So like all of that combined, it was crazy. Okay? It was me, the Yard Boys, and March walking, not a single fucking peep. They see Pokey and they go crazy. They're like, ah! There's a video. It'll be on her vlog, most likely. I could not believe it. I could not believe it. It was so crazy. Also, I think that the American influencer scene is so spread out and can create pockets, not a solid group of American influencers. Plus, we have some dumbasses. It's true. Don't worry, big bro. One day you'll be famous. They thought you were the bodyguard. No, they thought I was some random dude, not even connected to Pokimane. They were so excited to see Pokimane that they would have been excited if they thought I was even her bodyguard. They would have been like, oh my God, that's Pokimane's bodyguard. That's why she likes France. All her haters are American 4chan loser incels, man. Thank God. Yeah. But basically, sometimes you have to be humbled. Oh, dude, I was humbled. Okay. I was humbled. The crowd was not eating my Islamagoshism. Okay. Let me tell you. But it was a really fun experience. And it was really awesome to see how much people go crazy for their favorite content creators out here. Next year, they will bother you. Trust, they will love you. They don't know who I am, and they're not going to know who I am at all. But because I'm not doing the French broadcast, I'm not even connected to the French side of the French broadcast at all, except for the fact that I'm friends with Squeezy. You and Pokey at GP3? Yeah, no. This is what happened. This is literally what happened. I don't know how you got this, but basically this is precisely what happened. But without audio, you can't even tell what's going on here, but you know what's going on here. Being incognito is better than being known, Unc. Move in silence. No. How did you meet Squeezy? Many years ago at this point. But yeah, I'm gonna become a French streamer. But it was so much fun. It's an incredible event. I had a bunch of foie gras. There isn't a lot of streaming related drama in France. That's why the events are so massive here. Our internet guys are rather fédérateurs. I don't know what that means. You should make friends with the French leftist streamers you met at the protest. They also organize events. Squeezy's last message in here was open the door. Bro, I'm at the door. Hasan, open the door, man. I didn't know who he was. He DM'd me when he was coming to America a couple years ago. And I was like, actually, I'm coming to France before you come to America. Let's link up. And then we hung out in France. And I credit him for changing I credit Squeezy for changing my opinion on France in general. He single-handedly caused me to actually love France. It's so sick. And I think that's the reason why Pokey loves France too, because the French streamers are so nice and so down to earth. It's like weird. it's weird to explain. Like these guys are so huge, but they're so humble. I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know when you meet someone and you're automatically like, wow, I didn't realize that there were people out here that had like shared similar values. Maybe it's because I'm so like, how do I describe it? Somewhat cynical from my experience in general with content creators or just like in the real world. I don't expect someone's like normal positions, their starting point, without being like super well read or super into politics in general, to reflect similar values that I already have. The point is, you would not expect like Mr. Beast automatically to have shared values with someone like myself, right? And I don't even think he does. But like, he is France's Mr. Beast, and he has similar values to myself. It's like, that's strange. That's an unexpected thing, right? And I think it's partially because of French culture, like, because we've talked about this stuff a lot, me and him, about like why this is the case. And I think it's like in France in general, there's definitely a lot more emphasis on like the flaunting of the wealth and all that kind of stuff is just like very frowned upon in French culture, from what I understand, as opposed to in American culture, like the wealthier you are, the better you are as a person. Like that is embedded into American consciousness. So I think that's like there's a sense of humility that the average French person has, and they just like kind of frown upon behaving in a way where you're like flaunting your wealth. Whereas in America, it's expected. I don't know. I think like in Europe in general, especially in places that haven't been impacted by American brain rot as much, in my experience, I've seen that they have like their bottom, their starting point is like way more open-minded towards left values. Like if I were to say that the average in the content creator sphere in America, there's too many different like worldviews at this point, but so it's not a one-to-one comparison. Like the French streaming orbit, regardless of their level of wealth or prosperity, is like way more left adjacent, I think, than the American streaming space is in general. Does that make sense? Yeah, French content creators don't talk about money. It's taboo, which has good and bad sides. That's true, but in France, the humility is getting less and less with every generation. Yeah, American pro-capitalist brain rot will eventually destroy every culture, I think. It depends. French people born in the countryside tend to lean more right. Well, regardless. I think that is reflected in even like being able to put together events like this and stuff too. But yeah, aside from my opinions on French streaming culture and French culture in general, we obviously still have a lot of news to cover. We have so much to go through. It seems that a couple weeks ago, I said, once Moist Critical talks about Israel, it's over. And it seems Moist Critical is, as a matter of fact, literally wearing the black t-shirt and talking about Israel, which is ironically what I fucking said. Once he wears the black t-shirt and starts talking about Israel, it's over. As in, the American normie class has completely shifted their position on Israel and are no longer even afraid to speak about these things. Like, remember, a couple of weeks ago, I was making a joke. Ludwig and Adab were also indicators, for sure, but like Ludwig is like, yeah, Ludwig has donated to like PCRF and stuff from the start. He just was like very shy about revealing that and didn't want to like participate in it as publicly initially, right? Oh, did she post it in the stories? Yeah, I'm on the corner here somewhere, okay? You can't even see me in this. But hi, Hassan. I'm French, and we French find that the Americans are less smooth than the French, and that's a positive point. You talk, for example, more about politics than we do. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I was talking to a literal Hasanabi head at the bookstore in Le Mans, and he straight up said that we don't have like a guy that's similar to you here in the content creator orbit that's just like very open and very straightforward about like demonstrating a left position. And I was like, well, you got, you know, Hugo Decrypt, right? Who I know and I like quite a bit. And Hugo is like he is a journalist. Like he is presented as like an independent journalist as opposed to being like an avowed leftist. And it's funny that you guys are saying he's a centrist. I know him. He's definitely not as left as I am, but he is definitely from an American position, because many people who are saying he's a centrist are French, okay? French people will be like, "Oh, he's a centrist." For an American, he's not, if that makes sense. Because like in America, Philip DeFranco would not be considered a centrist, okay? In our community, we say Philip DeFranco is a centrist, but he's not a fucking centrist by American standards at all, right? So the same thing goes for like Hugo as well. Klemovich have interesting POV and only talks about politics and leftists denouncing politician lies. Yeah, there are some, but I'm saying they're like much they're not as like they're not as big. Clement Viktorovich, is that the person I met at the protest? Because I met some content creators of the protest. Klemovich is the GOAT. Yeah, also for the record, a lot of people don't fuck with the LFI. Like they think the LFI is too radical. Le France Insoumise is considered like too crazy. Like Jean-Luc Mélenchon is considered too crazy. No, you meant Zawa Prod. You have radical left content creators like you, but they are ostracized by the general streaming world. They hate polarized politics. Yeah. Anyway. You meant Zawa Prod and Eskar Gog? Roz and Cassandra. Man, I'm Spanish and we think you're kind of socialist. Okay, everybody needs to fucking dial it back. I'm the leftmost position, okay? I'm the biggest leftist. I'm the most leftist. Shut the fuck up. I'm max left, baby. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I fucking talking about? How did I get here? If Gavin likes you, you ain't leftist. It's true. Oh, but as far as Moist Critical goes, guys, it's time. There's a real fucked up situation going on. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
It's so despicable, and yet it's stopped being surprising now. P. Diddy just got sentenced to 50 months in prison. Yeah, he got 4 years in the slammer. That's it. Basically, the Jeffrey Epstein of the music industry gets away with a slap on the wrist. I mean, they're probably going to be supplying him with baby oil in the cell at this point. He just got 50 months in prison. That's it. And truthfully, I'm not even confident they're going to keep him incarcerated for the full 50 months. I don't even think he'll be in there that long. He'll be in and out of the slammer lickety split. I feel like it'll be like that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick steal a balloon on free balloon day, so the cops like close the cell for a split second and tell him to, scram. That's what I think's going to happen with P. Diddy here. This is just abhorrent. 50 months for the diddler. We got to start looking into the judge here for a second to see if he got involved.
Okay.
Every time.
Well, I don't know why he started with the diddler. He starts talking about Israel at some point, right?
A vile, evil worm. And he gets 50 months. This is just clear, irrefutable proof unfolding in front of your eyes that some people genuinely are above the law. Actually, it's not conspiratorial. It is just the facts of it. It's crazy. Your Honor, did you stop to consider for a moment that my client has an unbelievable amount of money? Okay, just take that into consideration. I'm not gonna bother going into the particulars here about where apparently P. Diddy was so broken about, the 4 years he has to spend in prison, or the strong face the judge put on there for a second while shaking his finger, waggling his little digit here about, justice and all the sick shit that Diddy did.
I will say that's standard for that's standard for sexual assault related incidents though. The criminal justice system is actually pretty crazy with its lenient sentencing when it comes down to rapists and stuff. It's not. This is obviously a triple Monty because Diddy is also a very famous person and also very wealthy. On top of that, but even in average everyday Joe incidents, even if you can get a fucking investigation done because there's a shit ton of backlogged rape kits that have just gone untested for years, okay? Even if you can get an investigation, you go through the court process, again, very hard to convict, and on top of that, once you are convicted, the sentencing is pretty crazy. People are always shocked in high profile incidents like this, but if you look through the American criminal justice system, you got motherfuckers rotting in prison for weed, for their third strike on weed charges and shit. Meanwhile, dudes would just straight up rape a child and get 5 years or 6 years, which unironically is another famous incident that took place. Trump's, one of Trump's pastors got 6 months in prison for doing that. I'm pretty sure. I don't know I forget the exact details, but that's the only area, famous or not famous, that's the only area where there's tremendous leniency for some weird reason. Okay? Everything else, every other issue, the American criminal justice system is vicious. Okay? The American criminal justice system is unimaginably vicious. Not sure about you, but when the ex-megachurch pastor and Trump's spiritual advisor Robert Morris gets only 6 months in prison for sexually abusing a 12-year-old girl, while homeless Willie Simpson gets life in prison without the eligibility for parole for stealing $9, it's so fucking unfair. And the reason why this person, I suspect, if this is not an example, if this is a real example, I suspect it's because it's their third strike. Jay Mershon says, yeah, for reference, drug trafficking in Massachusetts is punished more harshly than rape. Fucking ludicrous. Yeah. This is another universal problem, by the way. It's also really shitty in the UK as well. In most places, and listen, I'm not Mr. We need more harsh sentencing at any point, right? I'm Mr. Criminal Justice Reform. I'm in favor of rehabilitation over incarceration. But it's impossible not to realize, or it's impossible not to fucking notice. What is this? The Hasan Piker effect? What the fuck is this? Why did you send this to me? brother, are you the content creator yourself? Like, this is a dude with like 45,000 subscribers. If I were to look through his fucking YouTube videos, okay, it's mostly getting like 12K, 10K, 15K. And then he writes a video on me, 134K. Why would I ever watch this shit? This guy says, why DEI is dangerous for gaming. Why people actually hate Asmongold. No, just to see your opinion is just to see your opinion, it's getting viewers. No, motherfucker, it's getting viewers for you because it's being served to you. There are a million videos like that. It's just slop, brother. That dude is probably like I assume he's like a centrist or something. In any case, I'm over here trying to talk about like how we have an incredibly draconian criminal justice system where people constantly advocate for harsher and harsher punishments and penalties, and it's the one avenue where there are no harsh penalties whatsoever, and it happens to be sexual assault. And Chatter's like, hey, can you watch this fucking slop tuber who says you're an ideologue who lies all the time or some shit? No, man, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Like, unless it's actually unless it's a person with like at least some semblance of like political pedigree, okay? Academic pedigree, political pedigree. If it's just like some random fucking YouTuber, like, I don't give a shit about what their take is. You know what I mean? Anyway, no disrespect to that guy. I'm sure his video is very well thought out, and he finally will arrive at the truth that I'm a dishonest charlatan who is lying to his audience or some shit. I'm sure it has all the motion on the planet. Anyway, let's get back to Moist Critical, who is finally addressing the genocide.
It's all just fucking performative. It's not real. Because at the end of the day, justice wasn't really served. 4 years in jail for the diddler, the fucking baby oil behemoth, that's unhinged. That's just so twisted. But that's the time.
Yeah. Diddy was convicted on 2 sex work charges. 50 months is on the high end of a sentence. I know. It's because part of the reason why that happened is because the prosecution flubbed it big time. And he had a really solid defense team.
We're living in. Like, it is crazy the times we're living in. I also just saw today fucking Benjamin Netanyahu just openly stating in front of the whole world his plans on brainwashing because so many people are turning on Israel. So he was asked like what he plans to do about it. And you know what? Since I'm just yapping, I'm just gonna go ahead and go on this topic now too.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel? What's our backup plan to be strong, like outside the diaspora?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right. And you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant. The woke Reich. Because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're movies.
Yeah, that's his strategy. A galaxy brain chess maneuver here. Call everyone that doesn't support Israel Nazis. Whoa, holy shit. This guy's, he's alting right now. What?
Insane that Charlie's going beast mode for once. I mean, it's not that insane. Dude, someone must have clipped it when I was memeing about how when Charlie comes out with the black t-shirt and starts talking about, guys, we have a serious problem with Israel. That's when you know the normal position is we've arrived at the normie position. This is hardly beast mode though. Dude, I'm going to keep it very real with you. There is no world where someone like Charlie would ever in a million fucking years say anything about Israel. You guys are straight up living in a totally alternative reality. If you think a person that people call a fence sitter professionally, okay, would ever, like, I'm not, and his own personal positions on Israel are irrelevant. I'm saying, like, as far as coming out and saying anything about Israel because of how fucking terrified most people have been to say anything about Israel at all. Anything for Israel. Anything to say about Israel at all. Because for many people, for content creators, for people with jobs, they are terrified of saying anything about Israel that's negative because automatically you are public enemy number one. You're losing your job. You're gonna be tarred and feathered. You're gonna be called the anti-Semitic Nazi for the rest of your fucking life. Okay. This means it's no longer the case. This means that normies have also recognized that there isn't a tremendous amount of social pressure that can be applied if you come out and you're like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is completely unacceptable. He is proving exactly what I've been saying for months, that Israel's censorship regime especially is very frustrating for regular Americans who might not personally give a shit about what's going on there. Not to say that Charlie doesn't, right? But there are plenty of Americans. I'm using Moist Critical here as a beacon. I'm using him as what's the word I'm thinking of? I'm using him as a way to tell you where, like, societal attitude is at. Okay? Yeah, a canary in the coal mine, a litmus test, an indicator, okay? Most people either don't know anything about Palestine or Israel and never really cared, or they had a positive opinion on Israel until October 7, right? And most people saw what Israel did after October 7 and at times tuned in and thought, wow, that's really fucked up. Oh, well, life goes on. I'm talking about, like, normal people, not you guys. This community is obviously unique. We are uniquely tuned in to what the fuck Israel's been up to every single day. Okay? For the average person, for your coworkers, they are not as tuned in. But this doesn't mean that they're oblivious. They are aware of what Israel's doing. Some people know what Israel's doing and think, well, you know, they're brown guys. Oh, well, it's really sad. Maybe they should stop. But they're just, you know, brown children being slaughtered. Okay? And they just move on with their lives. But if there's one thing that pisses off Americans, if there's one thing that pisses off your fucking coworkers, it's the fact that they see that, they don't like it, they're fearful to say anything about it, and they see others saying something about it that reflects their values on the issue, and they get fucking censored, or they get deplatformed, or they get yelled at endlessly by some of the most arrogant genocidaires you have ever encountered, and they don't like that. They especially don't like this. So even if there's an American out there who doesn't give a fuck, who doesn't like what Israel is doing, but doesn't care enough to go out and protest, and is not fully aware of all of the awfulness, all of the bloodshed that Israel has committed, they especially don't like being fucking censored. They don't like the fact that there are unlimited tax dollars going there, and they don't like the arrogance and entitlement demonstrated by this supposed client state, and they don't like that they are being censored for exhibiting any sort of discontent. Okay? We shall call this the Kimmel effect. That's a good attitude about it. That's a good take. Exactly. Americans might not be totally tuned into all the awful shit that Trump is doing right now at the domestic level. But when he came out and was like, Jimmy Kimmel, for this like tepid statement about Charlie Kirk, deserves to be barred from speaking on television, and the FCC should like revoke the television license, all of a sudden everyone goes, what the fuck do you mean? Get the fuck out of here. Okay? And that's precisely what's taking place here. Prepare to be clipped out of context by slobs, but Moist doesn't support terrorists. Yeah, I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a shit? Okay? Poll after poll is showing that more and more Americans are becoming aware of the reality or acknowledging the reality that Israel is committing a genocide. It's crazy to me that it's still 39% because that's precisely what this is, right? Wait, that's American. Wait, no, hold on. That's Jews. That's American Jews, brother. No, the percentage of Americans that say Israel's committing a genocide against Palestinians in Gaza is far higher than that. This is American Jews. Most American Jews say Israel's committed war crimes against Palestinians. About 4 in 10 say Israel's committed genocide. That's insane. That's huge. But yeah, poll after poll has shown that Americans are broadly aware of Israel's genocide, and pretty much every American you've ever encountered wants to reduce support for Israel. Pretty much every single American you ever encountered wants an arms embargo. Pretty much every single American you can encounter says it's a genocide. I mean, it's gone. It's done. It's over. Do you understand? 65% want sanctions. Oh, this is the Democrats. Okay, I was going to say, this is like, the percentages seem far too high for all Americans. But regardless, overwhelming numbers also recognize that Israel is committing a genocide. Majority of Americans also want to push for sanctions on Israel. Okay, not just Democrats. Because when you look at independents, their numbers are a little bit lower than the Democrats, and then Republicans are pro-Israel, but it doesn't matter, right? Because Republicans alone don't make up for Israel support. Like, with the exception of evangelical Zionists and Jewish Zionists, which also are no longer as pro-Israel as they used to be, okay? With the exception of evangelicals and Jews, most of the United States of America are no longer pro-Israel, okay? And that happened over 2 years. You have to measure that against how pro-Israel Americans used to be. It is so over. And it's only going to get worse from here on out for Israel as far as like approval ratings goes. Oh, did you find the clip? Here, I said, would literally fucking lose their job. This is like Moist Critical, okay? You know how I say Moist Critical is my normie meter or my centrism meter? Like, this is like Moist Critical coming out and making a video and being like, guys, the McFucksticks over there at Israel are obviously doing a genocide, and we got to put a stop to it. It's like they're melting babies over there. I can't believe it. You know, I put my black t-shirt on instead of the white one today because I wanted to talk about the severity of the crisis at hand. Like, when you see that, when you see the Gaza situation is crazy YouTube video, know that things have changed so dramatically that people are no longer fucking fearful. Okay?
Wow. So basically, if you're not like eating out of this guy's gooch and supporting Israel on everything, you're a Nazi.
To secure
Yeah. Down to the fucking black t-shirt, bro. Come on. My point is not, it's a non-starter. The normie American position is not only anti-Israel, but Americans are no longer afraid of even coming out as being anti-Israel. Because like in the past, many Americans would shy away from saying the truth. Many Americans would shy away from saying the truth because they were worried. Because nobody wants to be fucking yelled at and be called a fucking anti-Semite, okay? Especially because like when you get called an anti-Semite, especially by like these advocacy groups that do have a tremendous or did have a tremendous amount of institutional motion, you're fucked. Your career is over. Okay? This goes even beyond like people's distaste for speaking on political issues. And now it's like, it's no longer the Canary Mission doxing random like Palestinian nurses and shit. Because they can't dox every single person. You know what I mean? So they don't have that same environment of censorious fear. And it doesn't hit anymore. Yeah. This shit doesn't work anymore, man. Balanced budget 35. The cultural boycott of Israel almost certainly is thinly veiled anti-Semitism. Cultural boycott immediately implies a boycott of Jewish culture, which is inherently intertwined with Israel. It just doesn't. I have Jewish friends. They are scared of being attacked. You can criticize Israel, but criticizing culture, you begin immediately steering into anti-Semitism. Cultural boycott doesn't mean boycotting Israel. First of all, cultural boycott on Israel does not mean boycotting Jewish culture. The fuck do you mean boycotting Jewish culture? Are we going to stop eating bagels? No one is fucking suggesting that, okay? Half of American culture has been created by American Jews. No one is fucking advocating for cultural boycotts on Jews. A cultural boycott on Israel means academic boycotts on Israel, sports boycotts on Israel, not allowing Israeli teams to participate in global events. Also, what kind of fucking cultural output does Israel have? Are you kidding me? Oh no. I can't wait. We're not going to be able to listen to fucking the worst techno you've ever heard in your entire life. Get the fuck out of here. It is obvious to me that Israeli society, and it is obvious to everyone with eyes to see who are at least knowledgeable about what's going on here, that Israeli society, by and large, is not going to make a big fuss to get Benjamin Netanyahu to stop this genocide. They're on board. They're on board with it. So you have to get Israeli society to recognize that this is no longer a genocide that they can continue doing without any sort of repercussions. This is exactly what happened in apartheid South Africa as well. White Afrikaners did not take a position against the apartheid because they finally recognized the humanity of black people. They took a position against the apartheid because they realized that the rest of the world had designated South Africa as a pariah state. They no longer could participate in global affairs with the same ease that they were able to. Israel has never seen this kind of repercussion. This is what the advocacy is all about. This is why BDS is so important. Boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel is so important. And it's still not working. Like FIFA fucking caved and did not ban Israel from competing in international competitions. A statement from Gianni Infantino said no measures will be taken against Israel. FIFA cannot resolve geopolitical conflict. It's fucking bullshit. They're such pussies. They had no issue doing it to Russia, and Israel has done even worse. What are we talking about? Like, I'm sorry, you can't ban Russia and then not ban Israel. Like, what are we talking about? There is a just cause to ban Russia for invading Ukraine. There is an even more just cause to ban Israel for doing a fucking genocide. Like, what? What the hell is this? What planet are we living on? People see that, by the way. Average people see that. Average people see that and they get pissed off too. I promise you. Anyway, let's get back to the moist meter here, though.
That part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged.
The Ukraine thing is just as bad. Come on, don't say Gaza is worse. They're both bad. I'm sorry, dude. Are you out of your fucking mind? No, of course a genocide is worse, dude. What the fuck is this question? At least Ukraine has the backing of the entire Western world with like arms. Okay? No one in here is justifying Russia's invasion of Ukraine, dummy. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Israel has used 8 nukes worth of munitions on a small sliver of land that they were the belligerent occupier of. 90% of the casualties are civilians. 70% or 75 to 80% of the people that were killed are women, children, and the elderly. And you're over here talking about like, oh, don't compare the two. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, it's not even a comparison. One is a genocide. Both are unacceptable. Both are incredibly violent. Both deserve punishment. One is a genocide. That's crazy. Yes, it's not comparable at all. But not in the way that you think. Like, two things can be bad, with one being a multiple magnitudes worse than the other, okay?
Systematically. A lot of this is done with
Like, can you imagine? Here, I'll give you another example, okay? Can you imagine a world where you can't fucking be like, hey man, Russia is pretty fucked up for this goddamn war that they're committing, and then people come up and they're like, you're being Russophobic, you can't have a job anymore, you're fired. Like, Russia invades Ukraine, okay, and you can't be like, yo, that's really fucked up. Russia invades Ukraine, and you can't even say, hey, don't do that, that's really fucked up. Can you fucking imagine a world where people were like, wow, you're being Slavophobic or Russophobic, you're fired. Have fun being unemployed. You're going to be homeless now.
Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Just in case you forgot, Israel literally pays influencers to suck their wiener and just be like these loyal little lapdogs to always just lap up whatever Netanyahu's gooch is sweating out. Like, it's unbelievable. And he's just being like super open about it. Like, he is just saying that in front of people's faces.
Guys, people saying that's exactly what it's like in Russia are missing the point. Yes, it's also the same in Israel. You can't say it's a fucking genocide in Israel. It is illegal, okay? They will arrest you. And they do arrest people for saying that in Israel. Okay? Not in America. I'm talking about the Western world, okay? Like, Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist organization, and you can go to prison for 14 years in the UK for holding up a placard that says, I support Palestine Action, okay? Can you imagine a similar incident where in the UK you say, I support Ukraine, Slava Ukraine, and you go to prison for 14 fucking years? It is the most patently, flagrantly absurd injustice. And while there is no asymmetry between, or while there is an asymmetry, between Russia and Ukraine, where one is obviously a much more powerful and much larger force that is also engaging in an unjust invasion of a neighboring country, and it has been tremendously bloody. Israel is literally doing a genocide to a belligerent, to a population, to a captive population that it is the belligerent occupier of. After almost 80 years of apartheid. What the fuck? Hasan, you are a terrorist, an actual threat to human life, disgusting, disgraceful, pathetic. Sorry. Moist Critical is also on his fuck Israel tip, so good luck to you, chatter. Good luck to that chatter. There's going to be, at this point, there's going to be like 8 people who fucking support Israel.
And nobody seems to care.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok. Number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those 2 things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now.
Spoiler warning for those without thinking caps on. Censorship. He's talking about censorship. Damn to free speech. Benjamin Netanyahu's got other ideas. It's something he's talked about plenty in the past. He's not exactly shy with it. He's very loosey-goosey with the censorship topic, and he's talking about it again. He recognizes how everyone sharing videos and information about the atrocities and all the slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the IDF is making people turn on Israel. So now genocidal freak is going up to Elon Musk. Oh, Mr. Musk, can we do something about like all these pesky voices sharing all of this? It's censorship. Super weird, by the way, how a foreign nation seems to have so much pull over things happening in our homeland. Why can Netanyahu come out with his full ass on display talking about like how algorithms on the platforms here need to cater to him, and also he should be talking to Elon about Twitter so they can do something together in regards to like the people not liking Israel anymore and what they're having access to? Why is that? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, right? Like, what the fuck? This guy gets to come in and, like, completely wash our fucking freedom of speech in order to fit his censorship agenda? Cool. How about no, Goober? Like, come on. This should be an outrage to everybody, but it's not. It's just not. And that's just the signs of the times that we're in. Like, I made a video the other day about Ted Cruz with his slip-up where he said to stop attacking pedophiles.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders?
Damn, bro, I can't believe I'm hearing Moist Critical. My eyes, my ears. I can't believe I'm seeing and hearing Moist Critical wearing the black shirt, literally calling Benjamin fucking Netanyahu the G word. Goober. Okay? That is crazy. How do we get here, folks? The motherfucking G word, man. Incredible things are happening. We're finally here. ContraPoints has now officially been outflanked from the left by Moist Critical. I know. I don't know anything about him. What's the significance of the black shirt? I mean, that's mostly a meme. But, yeah, no. Charlie is... Charlie doesn't normally do a lot of politics. Like, he's a liberal, for sure. Right? In the past, like, he's come out and had some interesting takes that I definitely consider liberal. But, like, he is very... He deliberately stays out of trouble, I guess, if that makes sense. He tries to actively not talk about this stuff. So for him to come out and like make a statement is indicative of the change in times. It means that there aren't like tremendous repercussions for this sort of thing. But for the Palestine issue, you just need to be human to speak up no matter what side you're on. No, I understand that, but again, different strokes for different folks, I guess. How do you think he'd feel knowing you call him a normie meter? I don't know. I mean, I'm not even shitting on him for it. A lot of people yell about how he's, people say like he's offensive or whatever. I don't really give a shit. Ultimately, I'll take support from anywhere I can get. But yeah, I think he is demonstrative of an attitude shift. Like, it means that like this position is no longer, this is an inoffensive position. It's like people actually no longer feel fearful to reveal this. And he has, in the past, he's stood up for trans people and a lot of people yelled at him for it. But like this means that like the average American cop and divorced dad also has a similar perspective. Do you understand? Like there's cops that watch Moist Critical. There's divorced dads that watch Moist Critical. Your coworkers watch Moist Critical, okay, in our age group. Lol, shitting on him even more? No, this is not a diss on Moist Critical at all, dude. It's only a diss in this community. Okay? That for the average person doesn't have a fucking negative opinion about cops. What are you talking about? Average person in America loves cops, chatter. Wake up.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Quite the Freudian slip. And as I said, there's no way he meant to say that. But he never corrects it or anything. No one points it out. And what he's talking about didn't pertain to pedophiles at all. His crime statistics were robbery, homicide, and rape. 2 out of 3 of those he covered previously. The last one, robbery, that doesn't relate to stopping attacking pedophiles. Like, those two don't connect. You can't put the square piece into the circle hole on that one. And I saw people saying that it was intellectually dishonest to paint it as anything other than just like an embarrassing flub. Which is fair enough, I suppose, because I'm not trying to make the claim that this is him fully admitting to things and he's going full mask off. Ted Cruz did, notably, reject the release of the Epstein files. Like, from all available information, it seems he has been against the release of the Epstein files, judging from his votes in regards to it. So I did pose that, here's a little food for thought. There may be a little something there, possibly, but overall, the video, I was just taking the piss out of it. That's really it. But that was somehow incendiary and made people mad about, like, to portray him clearly having a flub there.
Once again, that is indicative of his audience's attitude, right? But he still has people that would, even when he's like gently making fun of Ted Cruz for a very obvious gaffe, while tying it back to the Epstein stuff, like there are people in his audience that get mad at that. Okay, so there's obviously like right wingers in his audience as well. Not his entire audience, but that is once again where Charlie is at and what he represents for someone like myself
with his words is absurd. And I just don't understand how we've reached this point where you can't even like point out the absurdity of something so fucking preposterous like a politician saying, stop attacking pedophiles. It's crazy to me. But I saw people putting words in his mouth saying what he meant to say, stop defending pedophiles. But again, that doesn't fit with what he's actually talking about here in the full context of what's going on. So why is he even bringing up pedophiles in the first place? It's super fucking weird. That's all I was saying, and making fun of him for it. The same way I've made fun of other flubs and weird stuff from politicians, like Biden, when he talk about like kids rubbing his leg hairs and shit like that. But things have just changed so fucking drastically. It's a totally different ballgame. But I'm gonna harp on Ted Cruz for a moment, because I just don't understand the glaze. I don't know how he has fucking hog riders. I do not get the pedophiles that will defend him tooth and nail, when he himself has said that the reason he got into Congress 13 years ago is to defend the interests of Israel.
I came into Congress
he's
13 years
cooking.
ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that.
So you are an American politician whose sole purpose for being here is to defend the interests of a foreign nation here, domestically. I just don't know how that's not treasonous. I'm just going to say it. I don't get how that is not just like full-blown treason. I saw quite a few takes when it came out about Israel paying influencers for like positive PR and stuff, and people were tossing the word treason around in regards to that. This is that times 50. I don't know how this one gets a pass. I don't get how that gets a pass. He is supposed to represent the state of Texas. You would think as an American...
I told you, motherfuckers, dude. I told you. Wait till Charlie hears about BDS laws, dude. Any self-respecting American who hears about the treacherous, nefarious ways in which Israel advocacy groups have been able to dominate American political discourse in this fashion, they're never going to look at that the same way ever again. 38 states where you have to fucking sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to retain a job. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
Politician, you would be prioritizing the interests of the nation that you're representing. But instead, he is openly saying that he got into this for the sole reason of supporting a foreign nation here. Now, again, I'm not the most politically savvy guy on the planet. I'm a fucking Neanderthal. I get that. I am a Cro-Magnon man when it comes to this. But I just don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around how people will support that. I don't get it. It doesn't.
By the way, I knew this was going to inevitably happen, which is why I cannot believe how much the Democrats have failed on this issue and how much they haven't led on this issue. If you couldn't see the fucking writing on the wall, first and foremost, you should have obviously been against it due to the immoral nature. Like, you should, if you're a human being, you should be anti-genocide. Okay? But the fact that you wouldn't even argue against Israel, you wouldn't argue against decoupling from Israel, knowing that this was going to be a major world-defining, incredibly consequential political issue at the domestic level. God damn, dude. Retire. Fucking retire if you can't see that. If I can see that, and I'm a dumb fuck Twitch streamer, you should be able to see that too. You shouldn't even need the tide shift to take place to actually, change your position on it, regardless if you're a politician. Yeah. Leaked email reveals communication between company leading the TikTok purchase and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. We believe that we have to embed the love and respect for Israel in the American culture, wrote the then Oracle CEO Safra Katz in 2015. Okay. And Will Menaker has a take on it. He says, no matter how much money they spend on this or how many media platforms they buy out for this express purpose, I can state with total confidence that no one in this country under the age of 50 will ever love or respect Israel again, and nothing is changing that. It's over. This is why I keep saying, toothpaste out of the tube. This is why I keep repeating over and over again that today is the day that Israel will be the most popular it ever will be for the rest of time. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. And the day after that, Israel will be even less popular than it is today. This will never turn around for Israel. It's over. They've lost the next generation. Completely lost it. And what they also fail to comprehend is that all of this censorship, all of this media manipulation is only pissing people off further. That's why you got motherfuckers like Charlie coming out and attacking Israel from the perspective of coming after, like, in changing, like, or openly admitting that they are trying to pay people to advocate for Israel as it is doing a genocide. It's out in the open. That's why I don't get too fucking mad at people when they actually take the leap, when they actually do recognize, when they take that first step and they recognize, like, Israel is the wrong party here and not the wronged party here. All it takes is time from that point on. Most people don't just turn around and go, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide, but, okay? They might say that today, but they're not going to say that tomorrow, chat. This is why you always have to be as kind as you possibly can to people who have demonstrated that genuine change of heart, or people who were silent before who are speaking out now. Okay? Do you understand? I always like to look at my own personal... Are you reading a script? The fuck? No, man. What? I'm reading chat while also spitting hot fire. These are things I've said so many times over that it's just like, it's not even a thing. I don't even think while I'm repeating these words at this point. But understand something, okay? I know you want to feel like you were there all along and you want some recognition for it. This is a selfish need, okay? Let go of that. Imagine if I did that to you when you came in here on October 7, okay? And you told me, like, fuck you, Hasan. You're a fucking Hamas lover. You love terrorism. How dare you speak out against the Jewish state? I didn't do that, did I? I was aware of all the fucked up shit that Israel had done leading up to that point, but I didn't do that. Think about your own experience over the last 2 years and how you arrived at this conclusion. The journey that you took to arrive at this conclusion, to arrive at the truth. Okay? Understand that a similar process will take place for a lot of the people who are even now, after 23 months, only now beginning to recognize what Israel's been up to. Bro, I came in here years ago after leaving the army. If you had done that to me, I would not be a progressive leftist organizing in my community. Giving people a path forward with empathy is so crucial. Exactly. Trick question. You didn't stream on October 7th. That's true. That was one of the few days that I didn't stream. That's why people say when I don't stream, crazy shit happens. I did not stream on October 7th, but I'm saying on October 8th, right? When I did stream. I'm telling you, It is impossible. Once people are made aware, once they take that leap, once they actually go against what they have been preconditioned into believing, that Israel is this moral party, Israel is this Western aligned nation, and its enemies are barbaric monsters. Once they take that leap to recognize the truth for the first time, when they go, maybe Israel is not the moral nation I thought it was, there's no going back after that. Okay? After that, you just have to sit back and wait. All it takes is time. And the same even goes, same goes for liberal Zionists. People that start off as liberal Zionists who are like, yeah, you know, I don't really like the West Bank settlements. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, why can't Jews have their own nation state? Like, come on. Like, it starts off that way. But the moment that they start recognizing that Israel is committing a genocide, the moment that they start thinking like this is unjustifiable, it's a tipping point for them. From that point on, they're not gonna turn back and be like, yeah, they did a genocide, but like they're still awesome. You know what I mean? Or yeah, they're doing war crimes every day, but they're still fucking dope. I've never met a person like that. I've only met people who cynically present themselves as like stalwart allies of the Palestinian cause while simultaneously abiding by a liberal Zionist fixed position that they won't bend on, and only maybe in an effort to launder their reputation after so many people's perspectives have shifted so dramatically after 2 years of genocide, do they try to launder their reputation after trying to actively deplatform people. But like, you know what that is, okay? You know what's going on there. That's not like a sincere thing. That's just someone trying to maintain some semblance of authority. What do you think about the person who mostly clings to the argument, not my American dollars going to Israel versus condemning the genocide? I'll take it. Whichever way we can, you know? Because without American dollars and American support, Israel would not be able to fucking commit this genocide. So. Yeah, okay, so they're a genocidal, fascist, ethnic supremacist ideology built on 79 years of ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and occupation, but have you heard their side trans? Come on, man. It's so much better than infected mushroom, okay? You don't even understand. They have the best techno, bro. Have you seen their SNL? God, their cultural output is so good. I still have some people from former circles trying to say people shouldn't talk about Israel doing war crimes because they don't understand the complexities. I genuinely think it's their way of coping with the fact that they have family over there. It also shows why Israel wants so many people to move there. Yeah, of course. I was a person who was like, I don't care what happens in Gaza and supporting Israel. Eventually, I understood I didn't know what was going on. It's now very important to me to spread the word and support the cause. I'm embarrassed of who I was then. It's okay. As long as you are doing the right thing now, you know? Don't spend too much time on who you used to be. Now, having said that, it is good and healthy to examine how you were so oblivious in order to make sure that you are not as oblivious when other issues take place. You know what I mean? When there's other ongoing issues that you might like. What is the reason why you were so close-minded at first? It's good to figure that out and to eradicate that. But yeah, we're here now. It's over. It's done.
Makes sense to me. He's also never there anytime Texas needs him, like in the event of like tragedies and shit, like with the flood, the freeze from quite a few years back. He always seems to be on vacation. Like, it's just, it's I'll stop harping on Ted Cruz in particular. I'm just fucking blabbering here. It's 4 a.m. Obviously, it's another insomnia-fueled evening, so I can't help but just blabber. But my God, it's just crazy the times we're living in.
Yeah. The final sale of Van Jones' soul has been completed. Van Jones given us a preview of the campaign Barry Weiss and Oracle will run to justify their coming censorship of CNN, CBS News, and TikTok. Their pro-Israel censorship is not censorship at all, they will claim, but rather a counter to an imagined disinformation campaign run by Iran and Qatar that caused these platforms to show what is actually happening in Gaza, a genocide of children conducted by Israel and defended by plenty of folks in the U.S., many of them on Israel's payroll. Leaked documents have already shown that Israel's strategy to make the American public favor genocide is to triple down on spreading Islamophobia. Yeah, so here's the other thing with these fucking charlatans, okay? Like Van Jones. You guys know my opinion on Van Jones. I fucking hate him. He is a giant piece of shit. He is a cynical political actor. He is a major dick rider for Israel. Like, he is such a dick rider for Israel. He was going to, like, third-rate Zionist groups and the events that they were throwing, like the Zionist party, right? Like, that's how much of a dick sucker he is for Israel. And he sucks in general. But, like, a lot of these guys don't realize that their consistent advocacy for Israel is no longer going to... I mean, it's one of those things where it's like what Miss Rachel said is true. Like, it's going to be a point... We're now at a point where not speaking out against Israel is going to be more consequential than actually defending Israel. Like, people are not actually defending Israel. Not speaking out against Israel is now consequential, okay? Like, in the past, being anti-Israel was unimaginably consequential. Now, not being anti-Israel is actually bad, okay? Like, people will literally come after you if you remain silent. And it's especially bad for someone like Van Jones, who is still outwardly defending Israel.
But isn't part of that because we had to fold everything into critical race theory, and somehow the Middle East became part of...
How should we speak out against Israel given the current state of surveillance on social media? They can't fucking arrest all of us. Get the fuck out of here. You can say whatever you want. Suck my dick, Israel. I do it every day, okay? Israel can suck me from the back. Fuck Israel.
I see it differently. And I love this conversation because I think people, those of us who went to college, give a lot more credit to college courses for how the world works than I do. This is not about critical race theory on college campuses. This is about Iran. Iran and Qatar have come up with a disinformation campaign that they are running through TikTok and Instagram. That
You're such a fucking dipshit, empty suit, hollowed out husk, a stooge. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, this is about Iran and Qatar. This is Qatar. Qatar is the reason why people hate Israel. Suck my fucking dick, bitch. Oh my God, you are such a disingenuous charlatan. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Yeah, dude, it's Qatar. That's why. Yeah, I'm funded by Qatar and Iran. And everyone in here is also funded by Qatar and Iran. That's how people... Yeah, Qatar and Iran made people realize that Israel's doing a genocide and that genocide is wrong. If it wasn't for those two countries, people would be pro-Israel and pro-genocide in general. They'd be like, oh, genocide's awesome, actually. Yeah, you already know this. Every time I get gifted subs in this chat, it's the glorious nation of Qatar and the Islamic Republic.
That is massive. If you are a young person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby,
Right.
Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Like, that's basically your whole feed.
Oh my God. What a bunch of fucking animals, dude. I hate these people so much. Oh my God. I have so much hate in my heart for these fucking monsters, dude. So funny. Ha ha ha ha ha ha. of course, he's the guy laughing at him next to him is Thomas fucking Friedman. Okay? Mr. Iraq War champion himself, a war criminal. There's that famous Charlie Rose incident. Well, not even an incident at the time. Here. I don't know if this is a short enough clip, though. This might be the whole interview. Oh, yeah, this is the whole interview. Does anyone have that clip ready to go? If you want to know what that motherfucker's... also, Faroof, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. And by that, I mean thank you, Cutter, for the 10 community gifted subs to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I mean, the only question for these monsters is what Israel's doing is so defensible. Why don't they let independent journalists in the Gaza? I know. God, I hate these fucking assholes so much. They're such barbarians, and they get no punishment for this kind of like they got no repercussions at all for actively defending the Iraq War over and over again. It's just so disgusting to me. Yeah, here, this is the famous Charlie Rose interview with war criminal Thomas Friedman, who's standing next to also OGS Majority Report video from 11 years ago. Take a look at this.
Difficulty with the peace. Was it worth doing?
Well, I think it was unquestionably worth doing, Charlie. And I think that...
Open presence!
I now certainly feel I understand more what the...
Open Qatari presence. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
War was about. And it's interesting to talk about it here in Silicon Valley, because I think looking back at the 1990s, I can identify that there are actually three bubbles of the 1990s. There was the NASDAQ bubble. There was the corporate governance bubble. And lastly, there was what I would call the terrorism bubble. And the first two were based on creative accounting. The last was based on moral creative accounting. The terrorism bubble that basically built up over the 1990s said, flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, that's okay. Wrapping yourself with dynamite and blowing up Israelis in a pizza parlor, that's okay. Because we're weak and they're strong, and the weak have a different morality. Having your preachers say that's okay, that's okay. Having your charities raise money for people who do these kinds of things, that's okay. And having your press call people who do these kind of things martyrs, that's okay. And that built up as a bubble, Charlie. And 9/11 to me was the peak of that bubble. And what we learned on 9/11 in a gut way was that that bubble was a fundamental threat to our open society. Because there is no wall high enough, no INS agent smart enough, no metal detector efficient enough to protect an open society from people motivated by that bubble.
This is the intellectual argument that is that haunted everyone with a brain for a fucking decade plus. They hate us because they ain't us. We live in this big, beautiful, bold, open society, and Islam is incompatible with that, and that is the reason why it must be destroyed. Yeah, is this guy considered an intellectual? Dog, that's Thomas fucking Friedman. He's a New York Times columnist. What are you talking about? Please. Yes, he's a racist charlatan, and his argument is childlike, but yes, he is seen as an American intellectual, and there are a million people like him.
And what we needed to do was go over to that part of the world, I'm afraid, and burst that bubble. We needed to go over there, basically, and take out a very big stick, right in the heart of that world, and burst that bubble. And there was only one way to do it. Because part of that bubble said, we've got you. This bubble is actually going to level the balance of power between us and you because we don't care about life. We're ready to sacrifice, and all you care about are your stock options and your Hummers. And what they needed to see was American boys and girls going house to house from Basra to Baghdad and basically saying, which part of this sentence don't you understand? You don't think, we care about our open society? You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it grow? Well, suck on this, okay? That, Charlie, was what this war was about. We could have hit Saudi Arabia. It was part of that bubble. Could have hit Pakistan. We hit Iraq because we could.
$1 million dead Iraqis, bro. This is how he championed it. We had to kill a bunch of children in Iraq to show the world, to show the Muslim world that you can't get away with terror. As though they were responsible for this. We had to do 1 million 9/11s to a totally unrelated Muslim country. This guy is sitting right next to him. Look, there he is. Polite society. This is why I can't stand stupid fucking liberals who act as though this guy is not a monstrous piece of shit. His hands are bloody. And here's Van Jones doing a similar thing in defense of Israel. Get out of here. In a just society, they would not have jobs. But the reason why they have jobs is because they say those things at the time and they continue saying those things. And that is what mainstream media demands. So that your fucking parents are still brain broken into believing that all of the youths are actually anti-Israel because of the scary Muslim countries like Iran and Qatar. And unfortunately, a lot of your parents that watch Bill Maher do believe that.
So that's not DEI. That is a geopolitical adversary that is
like every dumb fuck in this panel has their own right-wing attitude about their own pet project. Bill Maher's like, oh, don't you think it's DEI? And Van Joel's like, no, it's actually Qatar and Iran that made people hate Israel. But of course, they're all unified on dick-riding Israel because that's what it is. You have to suck Israel's penis, okay? Every fucking day. If you want a sweet, cushy major media job, you either need to shut the fuck up about Israel and never talk about it, or if you do, you have to talk about it as though it's the most moral nation. It's the most moral nation. It's the best nation. It's the most moral nation. And all of its enemies are scary Muslims. All of its enemies are scary Muslims that want to rape and decapitate you. The division, the contrast between how regular folks feel about Israel versus how the media portrays this issue is so significant, so severe that these guys cannot even recognize that there is a crisis of credibility in mainstream media, and this is the final death blow. It's over. It's done. It's over. Good luck. Netanyahu just announced that TikTok purchases using social media as a weapon of war and pushing pro-Israel propaganda for fuck's sake. Yeah, except Van Jones is a part of that propaganda, for the record. What is this? Every current Zionist talking point destroyed? Okay, we'll do it later. Trump on Netanyahu says he has no choice. Exclusive. President Trump told me on Saturday that we are close to a peace deal in Gaza and said he'll push to finalize it in the next few days. I said, Bibi, this is your chance for victory, Trump told me. Trump told me about his call with Netanyahu on Friday evening. He was fine with it. He's got to be fine with it. He has no choice. With me, you got to be fine. Yeah, we'll see. Trump told me, Bibi took it very far in Gaza and Israel lost a lot of support in the world. Now I am going to get that support back. You're not. So what drives people like Van Jones? Is it money, greed, power, status? It's all of the above. It's all of the fucking above. It's all the above. Van Jones knows what fucking Israel's doing. He's not oblivious. Get out of here. Every single mainstream media figure that goes on television every fucking night and sucks Israel's penis knows exactly what the fuck Israel is doing. They just don't care because they're racist monsters, first and foremost. Because how can you look at the charred flesh of babies every fucking day? And I know they see it. They're in the news business. Of course they see it. If you see it, they see it. How could you look at those children that Israel slaughters every fucking day and then turn around and say Israel's the most moral country on the planet? Or they may be doing some complex military, some complex military tactics that sometimes end up harming civilians. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. Like, when you look at all of that, when you look at a genocide and you fucking say that, it's very obvious that you just, first and foremost, do not care about the humanity of those who are being slaughtered, okay? And secondly, you want money. You want money. You have endless greed. You have no soul. You are a soulless monster. This is, of course, very different than, you know, your average coworker who unfortunately does hear from the likes of Van Jones and also doesn't fully grasp the severity of the crisis. Okay? But Van Jones is different. Thomas Friedman is different. Bill Maher is different. They know. They know that Israel is doing a genocide. They don't care. They like it. Okay? Make no mistake. Joe Biden knows and knew that Israel was doing a genocide. He liked it. Kamala Harris knows that Israel is doing a genocide. They like it. Okay? You have to understand. They know what Israel is doing, and they either don't have any issue with it or they champion it. They love it. It's that simple. Your coworker, different, totally different dynamic. Your coworker responds to stimuli. Your coworker responds to all of these institutions with prominence and institutions with influence telling him that, well, you know, Israel's actually still a moral nation, and then develops this dumb fuck attitude, even if it's like 23 months in, because they're not closely paying attention to everything that's going on. Actually, what were they thinking? Oh, yeah, this was a fucking awesome moment from the New York Times' last ever major endorsement that they did as a newspaper. Who could forget the double endorsement? Anyway, let's start with Greta Thunberg, who apparently was beaten, forced to kiss the Israeli flag after the flotilla interception, activists claim.
Siyasetçisi hepsi bize böyle böcek muamelesi yapmaya.
This guy's Turkish, by the way. He says all of those politicians, all of them tried to treat us like insects.
Muamelesi yapmaya kalktılar ama herkese böyle davranıyorlar.
And they treat everyone like this.
Çok ağır işkence yaptılar.
But they tortured Greta the most.
Evet, Greta'ya zulmettiler. Küçücük çocuk da Greta. Onu süründürdüler, İsrail bayrağını öptürdüler. Yani Naziler ne yaptıysa aynısını yaptılar.
He says they made her crawl on the floor and kiss the Israeli flag. That's what this activist is claiming. Yeah, but this is Addison Chilik. He's a pro-Erdogan weirdo. We have to wait for more details. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't know his personal politics. Do I think Israel's capable of such tremendous cruelty? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, especially to a person that they have designed as like a high-profile villain for Israeli society. Itamar Ben-Gvir was there. He was calling them fucking terrorists to their faces. So I could see it. But once again, not exactly. This isn't like full-blown evidence yet. So we'll have to see what kind of media reports come out of this. Israel accused of detaining Greta Thunberg in an infested cell and making her hold flags. Activists tell Swedish officials she has been subject. Okay, so these are other activists who were also there saying similar things. So that there's some corroborating evidence here, corroborating eyewitness testimony. That would be an optics nightmare, though. They have to know not to do that. Dog, you know what's an optics nightmare? Doing a fucking genocide. What are you talking about? You know what's an optics nightmare? Consistently apprehending and intercepting humanitarian aid flotillas comprised of European politicians and activists from 46 fucking nations. Israel does not give a fuck. If there's anything that you can be assured of, Israel will do anything and everything that's insane. Bro, they blew up the boat. They tried to fucking drone strike the boat off the coast of Tunisia. What are we talking about? The two flotillas prior to this one, they fucking intercepted it and blew it up off the coast of Malta, thousands of miles away from the Israeli fucking shoreline, on international waters. And not even on international waters, off the fucking coast of Malta. It's simple. This is why accountability matters, okay? If you let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants without ever saying, hey man, maybe you should stop, or forcing them to dial it back, of course they're going to up the ante. This is why I'm saying, if left unchecked, Israel will eventually start fucking murking people in Europe, okay? And then maybe even America. Who knows? This is what I mean. I know. I'm just going off propaganda video with Greta specifically where they had her on a jet to counter the claim that she was kidnapped. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the exact details. I'm just saying that, like, this is not... If you asked me if Israel would do something like this 2 years ago, I would have said maybe it's not, maybe that's a bit far-fetched. What are you drinking? Water. Le Nouveau. Boxed water. Bourgeois water? Is it? I don't know. Un minéral naturel de montagne. The environmental campaigner Greta Thunberg has told Swedish officials she's being subjected to harsh treatment in Israeli custody after her detention and removal from flotilla carrying aid to Gaza, according to correspondence seen by The Guardian. According to correspondence, Israeli forces also reported by another detainee to have taken photographs while Thunberg was allegedly forced to hold flags. The identity of the flags are unknown. In an email sent by the Swedish Foreign Ministry to people close to Thunberg and seen by The Guardian, an official who has visited the activist in prison says she claimed she was detained in a cell infested with bed bugs with too little food and water. Okay, but if an official visited the activist in prison and she didn't tell him that they made her kiss the Israeli flag, I don't know. They made her hold the ISIS flag? I could totally see that. The embassy has been able to meet with Greta, reads the email. She informed of dehydration. She has received insufficient amounts of both water and food. She also stated that she developed rashes which suspect were caused by bed bugs. She spoke of harsh treatment, and she said she had been sitting for long periods on hard surfaces. Another detainee reportedly told another embassy that they had seen her being forced to hold flags while pictures were being taken. She wondered whether images of her had been distributed. The allegation was corroborated by at least two other members of the flotilla who had been detained by Israeli forces and released on Saturday. They dragged little Greta Thunberg by her hair before our eyes. This is Addison Chilik, a participant on the Samud flotilla. Lorenzo D'Agostino, a journalist and another flotilla participant, said, After returning to Istanbul, the Thunberg was wrapped in the Israeli flag and paraded like a trophy, a scene described with disbelief and anger by those who witnessed it. Thunberg is among 437 activists, parliamentarians, and lawyers who are part of the Global Summit Flotilla, a coalition of more than 40 vessels carrying humanitarian aid whose goal was to breach Israel's 16-year maritime blockade of Gaza. Between Thursday and Friday, Israeli forces intercepted all the boats and arrested every crew member on board. Most of them are being held at Ketziot, also known as Ansar 3, a high-security prison in the Negev desert, used primarily to detain Palestinian security prisoners, many of whom Israel accused of involvement in militant or terrorist activities. In the past, activists detained by Israel were not criminally prosecuted, and instead their presence was treated as an immigration matter. According to lawyers from the NGO Adala, the rights of the crew members have been systematically violated, reporting that activists were denied water, sanitation, medication, and immediate access to legal representatives in a clear breach of their fundamental rights to due process, impartial trial, and legal representation. This is why I respect the Summit Flotilla so much. Like, they are straight up putting their bodies on the line. Like, they're saying, fuck it. Like, you know, no matter what Israel does, like, we want to show their depravity to the rest of the world by putting ourselves on the line of fire in the direct crosshairs. Yeah, Hasanabi head Quentin Quarantino is also captured with Greta as well. American citizen, by the way, who is Jewish. A member of this community for many years. I've talked about it before. He came up to me at the ICE rally, if you remember, and he said, Quentin Quarantino, not Quentin Tarantino. Okay, calm down. Quentin Quarantino. He has an Instagram account. He has like a meme profile on Instagram. Not the fucking director Quentin Tarantino. He's in Israel too, the director, but he's pro-Israel. He lives in Israel. So Quentin Quarantino initially, and he talked about this, I think, on the stream as well, if you remember. He came up to me at the ICE protest. He was like, "Hey man, like, I'm Jewish, and initially, I was one of those people who thought you were like, I was a fan of yours for years, and after October 7th, I thought you were like, you know, being far too harsh on Israel. I thought that you were being anti-Semitic." And I learned over the course of the past couple of years that that's not the case at all. Like, I changed my mind on this. So it's important to be kind to people, okay? It's very important. We must remain steadfast in our advocacy, no matter what people say. Oh, not Quentin Tarantino catching strays. He deserves to catch something else, okay? Crabs. The fuck do you mean Quentin Tarantino catching strays? I used to love Quentin Tarantino, okay? He is a major Zionist. Fuck him. Okay, but wouldn't optics matter more now that the tides are turning against Israel? I don't think Israel cares or understands that the tide is turning, or even if they do understand the tides are turning, they think they can just like buy TikTok and get out of it. They're wrong. Anyway, so as we covered yesterday, Donald Trump came out after Hamas accepted the peace proposal that or at least like the conditions on the peace proposal that they had conceded to prior. and came out and accepted it. At least, like I said, the parts that they had conceded to in the peace proposal prior. And Donald Trump liked it. To my shock, to my surprise, Donald Trump liked that they were accepting of it. Okay? And as I tweeted, Donald Trump revealed this statement after. He said, based on the Hamas statement just issued by Hamas, I believe they are ready for a lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. We are already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. This is about long-sought peace in the Middle East. Israel, of course, did not stop bombing Gaza. What is this? Adios. Oh, yeah, the Charlie Kirk tracker. Trump tracker says adios. Exactly. I told you it was gonna go away. And they went so heavy-handed with it too. Anyway, then Donald Trump went and said, I appreciate that Israel has temporarily stopped the bombing in order to give the hostage release a day later, 18 hours later. What reason do we have to think this isn't just the same thing as a Qatar strike? Trump's response so far. And I don't know. I don't trust Donald Trump. Until this is done, I will not be trusting Donald Trump. Okay? Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. My food is here. But having said that, this is where we're at. Netanyahu instructs military to halt all offensive operations in Gaza. They haven't yet, so we'll see.
The stunning turn of events. This morning, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu instructing the military to halt all offensive operations in Gaza. That's according to two Israeli sources familiar with the matter. Only defensive measures are now permitted. And that order came after President Trump called on Israel to halt the bombing of Gaza, claiming that Hamas is ready for lasting peace. But this process really began with the militants responding to the president's 20-point peace plan, but with notable reservations, saying they're ready to release all hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, quotes, provided field conditions are met. They say they want more negotiations on several parts of Trump's plan. That could happen soon. But there's no mention of disbanding or disarming, as President Trump and Israel have both been firmly demanding. The militants also agreeing to hand over power to an independent Palestinian body when Trump's peace plan envisages an international group taking control. But I think despite the many doubts and many unanswered questions, this does appear to be a critical moment after almost 2 years of war in which tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed. Indirect negotiations between Israel and Hamas now expected to take place in Egypt. That could happen as soon as tomorrow. But we still need to be cautious. There are reports of Israeli strikes in Gaza this morning, and it remains to be seen whether this fragile truce will actually lead to an end to the suffering in Gaza and an end to the long nightmare for the hostages and their families. Janae?
Fragile is a good way to describe it. Ian, thank you for your reporting.
Hope during this coming festival of the Tabernacles, we will bring all the hostages home, those who are alive and those who have passed away, and the IDF will remain in the depth of the Gaza Strip. At the beginning of the war, one of our officials said, we doubt if we'll be able to bring even one hostage alive back. Well, look, there are those who claim that we wouldn't be able to bring them all back without completely withdrawing from the Gaza Strip. I believe differently and I acted differently, but thanks to these determined decisions that I led with the government and our brave soldiers who fought, we have brought back 207 hostages, but I never gave up on the others. nor achieving the other objectives of the war. And when I spoke directly to the families, we said we have never, ever forgotten you throughout this war. We met with the families throughout the war. We saw their pain. We heard their suffering. We share their prayers that soon they will embrace all their dearly beloved friends, families, and we will be able to bring them back for burial, and the others will be able to embrace. It was the most important for us to enter the stronghold of the Hamas in Gaza, and we coordinated with President Trump that
We're back. It happened. The same thing happened as it did yesterday. I don't know why, but I got kicked off. Luckily, I was like, no, I didn't unplug anything. I don't know why. This is just the second time it happened. This happened yesterday as well, randomly. It's not the hotel Wi-Fi. No. It's something different. It might be like a firewall or something. Hold on, I gotta pee.
all our hostages
God damn it.
and the IDF will deploy themselves in a way that they will be able to control all those areas that the Hamas are in control of. People said, oh, Hamas were willing a year ago or more to release them all without us withdrawing fully from the Gaza Strip. Well, that was a lie. What brought this change in their stand was only the military pressure and the political pressure that we wielded upon them. But thanks to the bravery of our soldiers and everyone's work here, we managed to withstand all the pressure that was wielded upon us. Had we not done that, we would have left Gaza without barely any achievement. We wouldn't have been able to take over the Philadelphia axis. We would have, yes, managed to actually bring to the end of Def and everyone else. But above all, we would not have actually removed and eradicated that nuclear threat against the state of Israel. It was a historic achievement that will be written down in the annals of history. My dear friend, President Trump, I must thank you, who helped us by sending the B-2 airplane.
This is... I'm gonna head out. This is interesting. This means that, I mean, it means that this seems like a concession speech. I mean, he said it comes across like a victory speech, but that is, yeah, he's trying to deliver a victory speech, as in there is a finality with this. Do you understand? Of course, he has to sell it. Of course, he has to sell it to the Israeli public like he got all of his wishes across. But this is, I don't know. This is very, very different than prior instances where he was told it's over, or where he was told, like, oh, ceasefire time. In the past, when he was told it's ceasefire time, he was like, fuck no, it's not. This right here is him basically trying to tell the Israeli public, like, guys, we got all of our wishes across. We did it. Mission accomplished. This is actually, I'm not gonna lie, this is unique. Amit Segal says, this is strange. What bothers me most about the speech is that Netanyahu's absolute certainty that the deal is going to happen. He said the most astonishing thing. To all those who say it's too good to be true is true. Netanyahu is essentially not even leaving any room for something to go wrong in Cairo. Netanyahu is essentially not even, or what's happening here. We know the partner. We know the dynamics of negotiation. What's going on here is that Netanyahu feels so confident that he's already addressing all of Israel's achievements at Hamas's expense, and even announces, as per Netanyahu's optimism, what the fuck is this thing? Hold on. Let me get all this shit out first. What's going on here that Netanyahu feels so confident he's also addressing all of Israel's achievements at Hamas's expense, even announces, because per Netanyahu's optimism, by the end of Sukkot, all hostages will be released, that after Hamas releases all the hostages, it will also be disarmed either through military or diplomatic means. Something here seems very strange to me, and I'm not sure it's right for the Israeli Prime Minister to get up and say this is guaranteed even before getting into details of how to implement it. I mean, it's obvious that he is trying to say, like, you know, we're done. And he's not going to say we're done and we lost. He's going to say we're done and we achieved all of our military objectives. What's interesting here is that he's saying we're done rather than saying we're not done. Because in the past, ceasefire deals have been presented and he has turned around and said, we're not done. Of course, there's no real ceasefire. We're going to keep bombing. Don't worry. He even said that after his White House meeting, if you remember. He said that. But he's not saying that right now.
And his steadfast stand and help, and he bombed the nuclear facilities. And we would not have been able to achieve that. People said it was too good to be true. Well, I'm telling you, it is true. It really is true. And with the help of God, it'll help, and it will happen very soon. I have guided the negotiation team under the auspices of Dermer to really make this negotiation only last for a few days. And you heard that President Trump, he is not going to suffer any of those sort of delays on the part of Hamas. and we said that the Hamas will be disarmed and there will be a demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. It'll be done either by us or in a political way, either in the easy way or in the hard way, but it will be achieved. I would like to thank all the security forces and the IDF. You are heroes. I salute you. I embrace all the bereaved families who sacrifice, those who they cherish the most, and all those who suffered so much and sacrificed themselves. And all are wounded. I wish you health. But it is thanks to all of you, and you also, the citizens of the State of Israel, who have been so resilient and stood steadfastly in such tough days, while we were destroying our enemies from Yemen, if we're talking about the Hezbollah and the Hamas, from one victory to the other, together we are changing the face of the Middle East, and we will continue working in such a way till the eternity of the State of Israel. It says in the Bible that, yes, if we continue thus, then we will be strong and steadfast.
So the words there of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, short certainly, and an hour and a quarter late. He said to the families, "We have never, ever forgotten you. We share their prayers. They will soon embrace their family members." He said Hamas will release all our hostages. He thanked President Trump and said President Trump won't suffer Hamas delays. Also mentioned America's bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities. He said the demilitarization of Gaza will happen. I salute all the brave families. Thank you to those wounded in the war. And finally, he thanked the Israeli citizens as well. Well, our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, is in Jerusalem. We waited a long time, Adam, to hear from the Prime Minister. He had little to say, but I felt it sounded, perhaps prematurely, like a victory speech.
Yeah, it's this whole process, Jonathan. There's a certain element of the Donald Trump about this, isn't there? That he sounds optimistic. He sounds as if this is all terrific news and that he's done wonderfully well. But actually, I was looking for firm details in this, and they're relatively few and far between. So he talked about telling his team, led by Ron Dermer, who's the Minister for Strategic Affairs, that negotiations should continue, but that they should only last for a few days. So in other words, rather like Donald Trump, he's saying we need to focus, we need to get on with this, we can't let this drag on. He said that Hamas will be disarmed and demilitarized, and this could either happen in the easy way or the hard way, but it's not really clear what he meant by the easy way, other than one assumes through negotiation. And he sounded very, very confident about saying that all the hostages would be returned. But in those sort of thorny issues,
I got it, Chatter. You're funny, okay? Funny bit, dude.
About what concessions he was going to make and how he was possibly going to satisfy the angry members of his cabinet. Of that, there was no detail at all. So, yes, I agree with you. The way he framed it was as a very victorious, upbeat speech, one in which he thanked his population, in which he talked rather solemnly about the requirement to bring back hostages and to give burials to those who were coming back dead. But in details at the moment, they are few, other than the fact that quite clearly negotiations, intense negotiations, are going to take place in the coming days.
So the big question, Adam, I guess, is how much further forward are we? There's no deadline as such, is there?
No. And to be blunt, I don't really think there ever was a deadline. I know Donald Trump says there was, but I was never able to find out what breaching that deadline would even mean, because when he said, well, I've given Hamas this deadline, it's like, well, if they miss it, what's going to happen? What, Israel's going to attack? Well, they already are. So it wasn't clear what that deadline ever meant. There's a Sukkot holiday coming up. Very clearly, the anniversary of the October the 7th attacks is approaching. I suspect everybody would like to come up with a deal that coincides.
My friend invited me to go to the Birthright Israel trip program. What are your thoughts on the program itself? Are you insane? Your goal should be to try to get your friend to stop from going to fucking Birthright. Dude, we're talking about a Nazi country doing a fucking Holocaust, and you're like, should I go to the brainwashing free trip where the entire purpose is so I meet like an IDF wife and then live in Israel permanently and play a role in the fucking fascist settler colonial project? Tell your friend the moral stain will live on forever. I think for people like that, because like they're obviously they're brain broken already, but for a person like that, the best possible thing you can do is explain to them how much everybody fucking hates Israel. And that being associated with Israel like that, especially because it's like very clearly designed for propaganda purposes so that it can instill loyalty in the mind of your friend. Like they are volunteering to be fucking brainwashed and be forever associated with a country that is despised by the rest of the fucking planet. Like, it's not even just like brainwashing tactics or whatever. You're just volunteering to associate with a dying brand. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, there was never a good point to go to Birthright. There was never a good moment to go on Birthright. But there is definitely the worst moment to go on Birthright. And today is the worst moment to go on Birthright. You know what I mean? It's like guy who joined the call to arms from Nazi Germany in like 1942. Because Nazi Germany, just like Israel, did a return, did a demand for return for all Germanic peoples. I forget what it was called, but there's a term for it. Yeah, it was in Band of Brothers. Yeah, Lieutenant Spears just fucking murks him. I'm not Zurich ins Reich. Well, what's the English version? Volksdeutsche? Is that what it is? Volksdeutsche. And plenty of, I mean, there were definitely Americans of German descent that took on this call and returned to the fatherland, right? And they got fucking murked. But what's even crazier is to do that call to the fatherland when it's obvious that Nazi Germany is about to be defeated.
With October the 7th. But in terms of any pressing deadline, I don't feel that there necessarily is one, other than the fact that clearly Hamas is a degraded fighting force. The tension in the Arab world has been high ever since Israel attacked Qatar to try to get to the Hamas leadership. There just is a feeling that everybody finally would like a deal and that both sides recognize that the other one has to concede something. All that is left is for those two sides, Hamas and Israel, to realize that they too are going to have to concede something, that we're going to have to end up with a deal where both, if not all three sides, including America, feels it isn't perfect, but it is somehow politically palatable. And how we get to that point and what that deal might look like in terms of Palestinian self-determination is still difficult to grasp.
Hamas says it is ready to begin negotiations immediately to finalize all outstanding issues under President Trump's Gaza peace plan. Yesterday, the U.S. designated terrorist group said it would release all of the remaining October 7th hostages, but Hamas did not address other elements.
Dude, why are there so many fucking weirdos in here, man? Brother, what is going on? Why do you keep demanding that I run ads? Why are there so many fucking... The Hasanabi Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, and nothing else. We don't run ads on the Hasanabi Broadcast Service. Okay? It's Dan Clancy on an alt.
In Trump's 20-point proposal, like exile and giving up their weapons. The president spoke from the Oval Office yesterday to thank the countries that helped put the deal together. He said they're very close to achieving peace in the Middle East. Earlier, he had warned that Hamas had until Sunday evening to agree to the deal or face, quote, all hell. Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem with the very latest. Deborah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, despite a qualified response from Hamas to his peace proposal, President Trump has welcomed it and immediately ordered Israel to stop.
A U.S. official said Trump spoke with Erdogan on Friday before Hamas' response, asking him to ensure the movement would not reject the plan. The official added, Trump told him, I've done a lot for you, and now I need you to do this for me. Bibi went too far in Gaza, and Israel has lost a lot of global support. Now I will bring all that support back to them. These guys are out of their fucking minds if they think they can just, like, bring the support back to Israel somehow.
Gaza overnight, saying Hamas is ready for a lasting peace. This is the closest Israel and Hamas have come to making a deal to end the war since it began nearly 2 years ago.
This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down and concrete. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East, and we're very close to achieving that.
Hamas says it is ready to release all the remaining hostages, living and dead, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and has agreed to surrender governing power in Gaza. But it wants further negotiations on some of the terms of the proposal and made no mention of laying down its arms, a key demand of the deal. Israelis are daring to hope once more.
I hope this will bring peace for Palestinians, for Israelis, and no more war, and the hostages back home.
I really hope that this war will end and we'll start living again.
And in Gaza, there was overwhelming relief from Palestinians who have endured nearly 2 years of a punishing war that's left more than 66,000 people dead. I hope the bloodbath stops, this man said. That's the most important thing. Every day we are dying 1,000 times. We're exhausted after 2 years, another man said. There's nothing left. We've suffered so much and paid a terrible price. There were a few reported incidents of Israeli fire overnight, but for the first time in a very long time, the guns were silent in most parts of Gaza. Now, there are still some murky areas that need thrashing out in the proposed deal, but both Israel and Hamas have indicated they are ready to talk, and negotiations around the logistics of releasing hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners could begin as early as tomorrow. Michelle?
Deborah, thank you.
After nearly 2 years to the day of grinding war, there is at least a reason to celebrate. When news spread that Hamas had conditionally accepted the Trump plan, people took to the streets. The hope is that the bloodshed will soon be over. Overnight, explosions were seen across the Strip, but the Israeli military has reportedly moved to a defensive posture after Donald Trump.
This shit is so disingenuous, too. Oh, they're disingenuously blowing it up. For the record, once again, always had this power and still does to this day. One phone call. Contrary to what was reported overnight, coordination between Trump and Netanyahu is complete. They spoke before publishing the statement. The prime minister was not surprised, says Wynette. I lean towards, yes, these fake rifts have been a constant tactic to mask how coordinated they are on everything. And Barack Ravid also helped spread those fake stories in the past, as he's doing now. I'm still worried. I am still worried because, yes, Donald Trump does have the capacity to stop Israel with a phone call. And yet Donald Trump has only used that phone call to further scheme with Israel over and over again. But the only difference here is that Benjamin Netanyahu isn't speaking like he's going to continue the bombing campaign, but instead started talking about victory. And that has a finality to it. Okay? Just dropped on the negotiations. After negotiations, Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line, which we have shown to and share with Hamas. When Hamas confirms the ceasefire will be immediately effective, the hostage and prisoner exchange will begin, and we will create the conditions for the next phase of the withdrawal, which will bring us close to the end of this 3,000-year catastrophe. Thank you for the attention to this matter. Stay tuned. What is the worst case here? 3,000 years, by the way. Oh, God, these guys are so fucking stupid. Worst case is that this is yet another scheme, and they're faking it, and they're gonna take out the hostages because it's been like somewhat of a political hurdle for Netanyahu and Israel, I guess. And then they're gonna immediately keep bombing and implement the Rafah concentration camp ethnic cleansing campaign. That's the worst case. I'm not saying that is going to happen. You asked me what the worst case scenario is. That's the worst case.
Commanded the bombing to stop. In this busy market, there was cautious optimism that a ceasefire at least would take hold.
We want this war to end and for Hamas to agree to end it. It's over. We're exhausted. It's time for peace.
Our greatest hope is to return to our homes, our work, and our normal lives. We pray that God brings us goodness and allows people to live once again the natural, peaceful lives we once had.
And in Israel, families of those being held captive were also hopeful their loved ones would soon be coming home. There have been protests here over the government's approach since the war began. This is clearly a significant moment. The diplomacy that started here in the Oval Office at the beginning of the week with the announcement that a deal was in reach is gathering momentum. And less than an hour after Hamas had tacitly accepted, Donald Trump had released a video talking up his deal and stressing that all sides would be treated fairly.
This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents.
The reaction on the Israeli side has been cautious. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office saying that Israel is preparing for the immediate implementation of the first stage of the plan.
There is, though, still much that could go wrong. Hamas's acceptance is conditional and subject to further negotiations. Any release of the hostages and a stopping of the violence is likely days away. The expectation now is that new indirect talks will take place imminently in Egypt.
The war in Gaza has caused enormous suffering, but at last the world may be witnessing it reaching its end point. The Trump plan envisages a comprehensive peace in the Middle East. Whilst that may remain elusive, a ceasefire and the release of the hostages does appear to be within reach. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Jerusalem.
In a world of misery, welcome to a land of plenty. Fresh food, fancy villas, luxury cars. All this bling and excess is being flaunted on social media by an Israeli-backed militia based in southern Gaza. So where does all this money come from? Meet Yasser Abu Shabab, a Palestinian fugitive who heads the Popular Forces, an armed group in Gaza that are...
Bro, media's playing catch up months after the fact. It's crazy. Are you going to watch? Have you already seen One Battle After Another? Great movie despite Leo DiCaprio's unsavory ties, including his new hotel in Israel. Yes, I haven't watched it yet, but I plan on watching it. What is this? Kirsty Noam says ICE was attacked by a coordinated assault in Chicago and wants to send troops. Oh, God. All right, we'll get to that in a little bit, but... What is this? Bill Maher and his atheist liberal crowd are just racist? Here's a sharp takedown by Ben Affleck exposing them. What do you mean? This is an old-ass video. That's why I love Ben Affleck. Anyway. Salisbury wrote that Vice President J.D. Vance wanted to pursue criminal charges against 2 Florida influencers who were preaching violence on social media. The messages did not specify the identities of the pair and said prosecutors had declined one of the cases. Hasan, right now, no, I don't think it's fucking appropriate for J.D. Vance to prosecute Destiny for speech, okay? What are you guys, stupid? If they want to prosecute him for, like, CSAM, that's fine. That's totally appropriate, okay? Having CSAM on his computer, I'm there with you every day, okay? Trying to fucking prosecute him because you don't like what he's saying is insane. I'm not stupid enough, like fucking Destiny and Dan Saltman were, to advocate for such a thing. It is ironic, however, that they wanted this to happen to me for years, and it's like seemingly happening to him. Or it's probably not going to happen, but like seemingly. It almost happened to him. What is this? There's a new signal leak. Anyway, listen, let's just let's finish this Abu Shabab story first.
Houses Hamas. Experts say
This may be part of that. Might have doctored evidence he gave to the court. Destiny's panicking after seemingly losing all of his income and being outed publicly for sexting a minor in the middle of a legal battle he appears to be losing. What are you talking about? This is like... Wait, oh, is this new? Destiny's now having a meltdown in DG chat because spoiled white girl, Pixie Love, committed the crime of hiring an expert's forensic guy to verify that Bonarelli had been tampering with and falsifying evidence submitted to the court. Wait, what the fuck is this? Dude, I'm going to lose it. It cannot be this Mimi for court shit. Plaintiff has proceeded 3,000 documents or produced 3,000 documents. This piece of shit sent me every single Discord message in a separate text file. And like 80% of what she provided were just messages from our group chat. I'm so fucking annoyed. Like, this whole thing is a giant fucking joke to her. It's all memes and shit. A sauce. They paid some stupid fuck experts forensics guy to say my logs are tampered with, and they're comparing them to Solo's logs, who we can't depose, who isn't part of the case. How can I even fucking speak for any of this shit? I'm actually so fucking it's actually so fucking R-worded. That's that 50K is going a long way compared to whatever you spent. She's not using that 50K. Her parents are loaded and are covering this 100%. It's so annoying that I've spent so many days and weeks of my time compiling stuff. She hasn't turned over anything and just frolicking around like nothing is even happening, and they're just playing games the whole fucking time. Destiny, what is Jane Doe's incentive for dragging this case out with this bullshit memes this long? Is it just to burn your reputation? Dude, these guys are... I mean, his cult is so fucking stupid. Like, they just don't understand, like, that there is a wronged party here. And of course, the wronged party is going to... understandably follow through. According to Pixie's new legal filing, it has been definitively determined that Destiny was sending pornographic material to a minor and was in possession of CSAM of that same minor. Lock him up. I mean, yeah, that's... what is this? In Pixie's opposition to Destiny's motion to dismiss, her legal team reveals that Rose, the then underage child Destiny was exchanging CSAM with, has been issued a subpoena and is sent to be deposed. After finally ascertaining Rose's legal identity, plaintiff has obtained evidence that Rose's date of birth is October 30th, 2004. Thus, when Bonnell was exchanging pornographic content with Rose between March of 2022 and until October 30th, 2022, Rose was a minor. See Exhibit B here too, redacted official certification of the Department of Motor Vehicles driving record. Well, yeah, the fact that he's like complaining about this when this is an active court case where obviously the party that was victimized is going to do everything they can to put together a coherent case that, you know, like, what do you mean, Destiny? Jane Doe's incentive for dragging this case. Superboy to attack my reputation to waste my money. Since she has no reputation and never will, hers doesn't matter. And since her parents are apparently loaded, it's not her money, so she doesn't care. Do you know why she wants to bring you down so bad? It feels so out of the blue. You were friends before? Bro, what is happening in this fucking community? Are they that oblivious to what's going on? Are they talking about Pixie here? Who's suing him for what? I don't know this clown's news. Dude, I don't even know where to begin, okay? Jesus Christ. Destiny procured child sexual abuse material from a minor. 100%. This is like now officially in the court documents, okay? And in the process of procuring child sexual abuse material from a minor, I don't know why he did this, but sent that minor a bunch of videos of him having, sometimes consensually recorded sex acts with other people, and sometimes unconsensually recorded sex acts with other people. He had compiled like this entire library of content that he sent to a minor that he was trying to fuck. Okay? And then somehow that minor or an associate or someone leaked all of those videos. And then people basically were like, what the fuck? These are people that you consider orbiters, like people that were members of his community, girls that were content creators within his orbit of influence, girls that were dating other content creators who were also orbiters of his. And they were obviously very frustrated with the reality when they found out that he was just sending their sex tapes to random people that he was trying to fuck. So one of the victims actually sought damages and sued him for releasing the revenge porn of them having sex. This is that court case. And then there were other victims that I think also joined in on the court case as well. There was also another person that found out that she was actually unconsensually recorded while having sex with this person. There's a criminal charge potentially as well. And this has just been like this has been an ongoing legal battle for him in the state of Florida. And in the process of this ongoing legal battle, he went in and hired the same law firm that actually defended Prince Andrews. But the problem is, he's such a dipshit that he thinks he can like debate lord his way out of this. Also worth mentioning that the reason nobody goes after him is because they fear his community. Yeah. But in the process of all this stuff happening, he literally went to one of the worst communities of doxers and egged them on, flexing about how they would never find the information of this minor. Okay. And he even revealed details about said minor. So, of course, that community of doxers found the information of said minor and confirmed that she was a minor at the time. Like, if you have an ongoing legal battle it's probably better for you to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Especially because only a month ago or 2 months ago, not shutting the fuck up caused people to go and find the identity of this person and confirm that she was a minor when you were getting CSAM from them. Destiny, how much longer do you think it goes on for? No clue. It looks like they want to try and make it survive the trial, but I have no idea why. She has absolutely nothing. Do you think he's going to pull out the ethical CP debate in court? I don't fucking know. But somewhere along the way, wait, what? We don't have to cover this every week? Okay, I'm going to start banning motherfuckers. I haven't talked about this in months. What are you talking about? And the only reason why I brought this up is because of chatter, because JD Vance is seemingly trying to go after Destiny on some free speech shit, which I said was inappropriate and unacceptable. And then someone said, "Oh, have you seen this?" And revealed to me that there's new details in this court case. I hate when motherfuckers go, you talk about this every week. I don't. I hate when dumb fucks say shit like that. As a matter of fact, the only reason why I had to describe the details of this court case is because chatters were like, I don't know who the fuck this person is, or I don't know what the fuck this person has done. Evidence to the reality that I don't actually cover this shit that much. For understandable reasons. There are far more consequential things happening in the world. What? Anyway. His community and orbit have been one massive knot of reality show style interpersonal drama for like a decade, and likely so many people had their lives affected or ruined by this scene. More people need to know. I know. But yeah, it seems like he's just more invested in eating whatever damages that come if this goes to court. Or, I mean, it is in court already, but it seems like he's just invested in eating whatever damages happen, knowing full well that it's going to happen, but in the process, like retaining some, retaining whichever percentage of the cult that he can maintain. And that's why he's just like steadily victim blaming and talking about how this lawsuit is actually for purely selfish reasons, and that this person has no reason to do such a thing. Like the smart thing to do in this situation would be to just shut the fuck up, let your lawyers do the talking. But he's obviously not doing that because he thinks, well, whichever way the court case goes, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, sure, I eat a lot of damages, but like I would need to retain a sizable chunk of my audience that's like hemorrhaged. Everything he says gets added to Discovery, probably. Yeah, I do genuinely think his I mean, he will always lead to his own downfall. That much was clear to me, but I do think he fancies himself to be this brilliant person. Like he fancies himself to be like a genuine, unique mind. Like the brain that no one has, with a brain that no one has ever seen before. Like he's smarter than his lawyers, he's smarter than everybody else. And that he can basically debate himself out of any corner, including this. Very strange. Special boy syndrome. He tried to take the LSAT on stream and crashed out, Lamau. Oh yeah, I remember that because he was trying to dunk on a lawyer friend of mine, actually. What if this hits national news? It's going to be used to persecute the left. Unfortunately, it's a W for us and the victims, but it's a massive L overall. I fear. Wait, what? No. What are you talking about? What? A W for the... Wait, I'm confused. Are you talking about... There's two separate incidents here. If you're talking about Pixie's case against Destiny, that's entirely separate. If you're talking about J.D. Vance trying to prosecute Destiny for speech, then those are two separate incidents. One is completely inappropriate and also unconstitutional. The other is within the confines of the law and has nothing to do with the left at all. It's just a victim being able to successfully sue someone who distributed pornographic material of them. The fuck? The fuck does that have to do with the left? They're separate, but that won't stop them from using them to smear the entire left. It doesn't help that people close to the party still fuck with them. Unfuck America. Unfuck America is not close to the party. The fuck are you guys talking about? You need to literally remove yourself from whatever fucking bubble that you exist in. No one. Like, dude, as much as I shit on the Democratic Party, I would go so far as to say I'm closer to the fucking Democratic Party, both in the eyes of the general public and also in the eyes of the Democratic Party than someone like Destiny is. The fuck do you mean? It doesn't matter if they try to be like, oh, this liberal debater turned out to be a fucking sex pest, is going to make national news or something. Like, that's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. What? What are you guys talking about? Happening with my fucking mic arm. Someone said that's ad hominem. What? Yeah, I think you guys have developed this like outsized like you, for one reason or another, maybe you were former Destiny fans, maybe you're still currently Destiny fans, but you have believed in this like totally false notion that he just like represents a wing of the Democrat Party or something. He does not. He is not all that relevant in the grand scheme of things. No, and Unfuck America is like a totally random group that most likely did a lot of reputational damage to whatever ambitious goals that they had by associating early on with someone like Destiny. Anyway, let's get back to the militia group opposing Hamas, uncovered by Sky News investigation.
Israel is bolstering.
Would you consider yourself relevant in the grand scheme of things? No, I would not. Okay, we're moving on.
Local groups like this to divide and conquer, to create disunity among the Palestinians and to maintain some control in Gaza, whatever its future. The story of Abu Shabab starts here, his compound seemingly untouched by the war that's raged for 2 years. This video, also taken from the compound, shows the surrounding area of Rafah, now reduced.
Wait, hold on. Let me run that back real quick. Hold on.
Its future. The story of Abu Shabab starts here, his compound seemingly untouched by the war that's raged for 2 years.
I wonder why. Interesting. Every fucking building has been hollowed out in Gaza, except this remains untouched. In an area that is considered a red zone by Israel, as a matter of fact. I wonder what this is about. Why is Sky News covering this like 8 months after everybody else covered? I don't know.
This video, also taken from the compound, shows the surrounding area of Rafah, now reduced to rubble and entirely controlled by the Israeli military. It was shot here, on the edge of Abu Shabab's camp. To the east is the Morad Corridor, a major artery for IDF movements. To its north is the Salah al-Din Road, the main route for the movement of aid trucks via the Kerem Shalom crossing. And that has become the main entry point for all aid since the Israeli military took control of Rafah in May 2024. So what do popular forces want? In an exclusive interview with Sky News, a founding member of the group revealed they want total control of Gaza.
Everything. We want to run everything. Everything that concerns our Palestinian people and what will benefit the Palestinian people.
What we've been told is that many goods coming through here end up in the hands of Abu Shabab and his popular forces group, including weapons, luxury items, and a slice of aid. These boxes filmed at Abu Shabab's camp.
It's crazy because, like, they literally are doing what Israel has accused Hamas of doing, except they're doing it with Israel's permission. Okay? That's what's so fucking crazy about it. Hamas 2.0 created by Israel? No, this is not Hamas 2.0. Are you kidding me? This is ISIS. No, it's not Hamas 2.0, chatters. The fuck are you talking about? These guys work with Israel, okay, directly. Wake up. Hamas is comprised of the Palestinian population, and regardless of their tactics or regardless of their targets, it's very obvious that their overall ambition revolves not around complete domination of the Palestinian population, but instead emancipatory goals, an end to the occupation. That is precisely the reason why they were able to bring together the entirety of the Palestinian resistance movement and has kept it together throughout the entire genocide. This, on the other hand, are collaborators with Israel, who are everything that Israel has said Hamas is, whether it be its associations with ISIS. Israel's claim Hamas is ISIS. These guys literally are ISIS affiliates, ISIS associates. Hasan, why do you still stream in Israel? What? Do you think I have the capacity to fucking region block Israel? Also, is that an argument that you're trying to make towards the Lord thing? Is that what you're saying? Lord makes music. Okay? Lord's entire output. You say people should follow Lord's lead. I would region block Israel if I could. Okay? That's number one. Number two, you own Twitch, little bro? Oh God, dude. I'm fucking listening to the dumbest people. Lord makes music that people enjoy. I do commentary. I do anti-Zionist commentary. Okay? It's a little different than, preventing my voice from being heard in Israel, as opposed to artists that are engaging in a cultural boycott, which, by the way, I wouldn't even mind if there was some kind of Twitch boycott as well for Israel. Even if, obviously, it'd be better served if everyone in Israel was listening to what I had to say as it pertains to the genocide. It would be a very sad day probably for the 12 Israeli Hasanabi heads. You are constantly contradicting yourself. You are the king of contradictions yourself. Contradicting yourself. Oh, we talked about the fucking pedophile sex pest. I was wondering what's going on. This is another part of the reason why I usually don't like covering sex pestiny. Because instantly his dumbfuck rats come in and start chirping. What's really funny about it is that, like, at least I would say like 4 years ago or whatever, he had more sophisticated fans. Like, they were still not the most intelligent, but they, like, I think the quality of the quality of the hater has diminished over time. Because I think at least like those who were major fans of his that were somewhat intelligent have already jumped ship by now. Now I can't even tell if this is like an Ethan Klein fan or a Rape Tone fan. Now you just have haters that don't mind being associated with a pedo. I mean, which one are we talking about?
With the logo of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a venture set up by Israel and America to distribute aid to Gazans. In a statement, GHF said, GHF is proud to serve communities throughout Gaza via our community distribution program. We believe
It's not just Lord, it's 1,000 plus artists with many big names. No, that's awesome. 1,000 plus artists and label boycotters. Oh shit, Mark Raybillet. Paramore. Okay, I'm never going to finish this fucking video.
Gazan deserves to be fed with dignity, including those in areas controlled by the popular forces. This is Sami, an Israeli soldier who serves at the Kerem Shalom crossing. He spoke on condition of anonymity.
The thing is that we're against Hamas and they're against Hamas. Israel started giving him things to help him. It was cars, vehicles, weapons, food, money.
A senior leader of the popular forces claimed in our interview that for any of these supplies to enter Gaza, a request had to be made to the Palestinian Authority and various other Arab states, and then passed on to a coordinating body that liaises directly with Israel. We asked for responses to those claims but received no reply, and Sky could not independently verify them. The IDF commander we spoke to told us the popular forces members now number up to 3,000 men across Gaza.
That's not true.
We approached popular forces for comment but received no reply, and Sky News was not able to independently verify these claims. The IDF commander we spoke to told us the popular forces members now number up to 3,000 men across Gaza. Sky News was not able to independently verify this.
What the fuck? Why are they?
One of the reasons that Israel has been using these proxies, which I have not mentioned, is to mask its legal responsibility and to be able to say it was not us that was doing the crime, but al-Shabaab.
The IDF told us it would not comment on our claims. Blasts, bombs and bullets have turned Gaza into a chaotic land of fear and uncertainty. Abu Shabab and the popular forces think they are the people to restore order here, with Israel's help. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Estem assistint a un genocidi en viu i en directe on milers de nens I nenes ja han mort.
Oh, flood the streets. Pep Guardiola gives a call for people to join a Palestine protest. He's Spanish, not Italian. Sorry. Is that Stanley Tucci? No. Yeah, he's a football coach. Can't believe I have to give this boob a fuck ton of credit. He's Catalan. He's Catalonian. That's why he has a weird name. His daughter is a big reason why he's speaking out like this. She's always been pro-Palestine since like 2021, from what I saw. Isn't she like a human rights lawyer or something? His daughter.
I d'altres poden encara morir. La franja de Gaza està devastada I riades de gent camina sense rumb, sense aliments, aigua potable ni medicines. Només la societat civil organitzada pot salvar vides I pressionar els governs perquè actuïn d'una vegada. El 4 d'octubre, a les 12 hores.
Yeah, this is literally... someone said, would he get deported if he did this in America? Yes. If he didn't have citizenship and he was like coaching a team in America, yes, he would. And he would even get criminally prosecuted probably for trying to cause a riot if he were to do this. If he did do a mass call to action in America in a similar fashion.
A Jardinets de Gràcia inundarem els carrers per exigir la fi del genocidi.
The pleas not to put additional pressure on London's police force went unheeded. In the heart of London, in Trafalgar Square, 70% of the Met's public order officers were deployed to a demonstration in support of the banned group Palestine Action. Organisers had refused to cancel the event. The head of the Metropolitan Police has said that holding this demonstration today is stretching resources across London. Officers here who could be deployed outside, for example, synagogues or mosques where people are feeling vulnerable in the wake of the Manchester attacks. There had been calls not only from the police but also the Prime Minister to postpone the demonstration. Did you think twice about coming?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because this is an important issue.
One of the organisers, retired financial consultant Margie Mansfield, turned up with a bag, expecting to be arrested for supporting a banned organisation. I know you support Gaza, but do you feel a wider social responsibility to communities in Britain?
Absolutely. I support the rights of the people in the UK, and I support the rights of the people of the UK to care for all humanity.
You are stretching police resources by coming.
That's not my choice, that's the police's choice.
It's your choice to be here.
My choice to be here. It's their choice to police in whichever way they see fit.
A sit-down quickly turned to arrests.
Guys, pick them up. Yeah. Someone grab the legs. Grab the legs. There we go.
With protesters encircled and those who refused to walk, in some cases carried by officers. Demonstrations, though, resolute about their reasons for being detained. The Jewish community have said people are tone deaf.
There's something so funny about British police being like, hey, guys, we could be doing something more important like protecting synagogues, which is true, okay, instead of you guys forcing our hands to arrest you for literally a reason that we all understand is bullshit. Okay, go protect the Jewish community then. What the fuck do you mean? Like, there's nothing funnier than the cops being like, listen, we could be protecting the Jewish community by placing our officers outside of synagogues, and instead we are choosing to protect the Jewish community by arresting 84-year-old pensioners for holding up a placard. Like, what are you saying? Yeah, that's the point. Go do the thing. Go do the other thing, dumbass. What the fuck? Literally, no one thinks you should be doing this. I don't even think you think this is the appropriate response. Like, who in the UK is like, no, this is a great idea. We should keep doing this. Like, why are you making me arrest you? Why can't you just stop? Fucking awesome. And it's great. Like, I thought this was also this is protecting the Jewish community as well. Okay, this is just as important as putting cops outside of synagogues. This is how we protect the Jewish community, by arresting Jews. By the way, like in some of these instances, the people that are arresting are Jews themselves too.
For holding demonstrations so soon after the Manchester attack.
But there's not a genocide taking place in Britain. If there was, I'd be on.
All your money, I've got in your bag.
Okay.
In a separate bag, so it's all safe, yeah?
That's okay. Sorry, I'll have to continue being arrested.
As police stepped up their presence around...
Dude, that's crazy. Dude, British media are demons, dog. You will never convince me that they're human beings that are doing this, okay? Like, you are a straightforward demon. You got an old-ass motherfucker getting arrested on the ground, okay? And your question is, don't you think this is an inappropriate time to be protesting genocide? Like, he's in the process of getting arrested.
have said people are tone deaf for holding demonstrations so soon after the Manchester attack.
But there's not a genocide taking place in Britain. If there was, I'd be on...
All your money, you've got in your bag.
Okay.
In a separate bag. It's all safe, okay?
That's okay. Sorry, I'll have to continue being arrested.
As police stepped up their presence around synagogues, the policing minister defended the mass arrests in central London.
The Prime Minister had urged people to just take a moment this weekend to remember those people who've lost their lives in the terror attack. And some people, I think, have paid attention to what's been said, others haven't.
It's been a challenging day for London's police force, with supporters of the banned group Palestine Action pledging to continue their protests. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Central London.
I can't believe it. Watch this insane clip from the courtesy of Greenpeace UK. Just look at the double standard. In the UK, you can openly cheer for the killing of babies and say they support genocide. But if anyone dares to support Palestine Action against genocide and say stop killing children, they'll be arrested on the spot.
Arrest me for supporting a genocide? Moving back. Will you arrest me for supporting a genocide? Can you start moving towards... I support a genocide and you're getting arrested. I'm supporting a genocide and I'm not getting arrested. She is protesting against a genocide. She is getting arrested. I'm here to defend our jury's Palestine Action process to see what...
Oh my God. That's crazy. That's actually a very interesting approach. I mean, it does genuinely show how fucking stupid that is. Stop saying British Hasan. Okay, calm down, everybody. Not every dude with fucking a red beard, brown hair, and you know, glasses is me, okay?
will and won't get you arrested in Britain today. I'm supporting the killing of babies and innocent men and innocent women. I'm supporting the war crimes of Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if you'll arrest me.
No, you've got freedom of expression, freedom of speech. That's all I've got to say. So
fantastic, isn't it, that I can stand here openly supporting a genocide and I won't get arrested? The police are so nice to people that support genocide. You're protesting against a genocide, yes?
Yes.
Well, you're doing it all wrong because you're going to get arrested.
Okay.
So I'm against the genocide. They're going to arrest me. You've been walking around telling the police you support genocide, you support the killing of Palestinian women and children, and they're not arresting you.
I can walk completely free.
It's ridiculous.
I'm supporting the Israeli government and supporting a genocide, and I'm not getting arrested, but you're getting arrested. I support the bombing of hospitals. I support the enforced starvation of Palestinians. I'm not getting arrested.
You said that right in front of them, and they didn't give it.
But you're okay for me openly to say that I support a genocide?
You've got a freedom of speech, right to say what you want.
I'm a peaceful protester, classed as a terrorist when I'm not a terrorist, but they will arrest people like us who are standing up to them.
Let me come clean. I don't actually support the Israeli government. How could you support the Israeli government considering what's happening in Gaza right now? If we care about our human rights, we must defend our right to protest against genocide.
That's crazy. But it's true. Yeah. In the UK, you can say every day that you support Israel doing a genocide. You can say you want more of Israel's genocide. You love that Israel's doing a genocide. As a matter of fact, many people do it. People in the parliament do it. But if you say Israel is committing a genocide and you hate that and that you oppose it, you can go to jail. What a strange world we live in, man. I wonder why that's the case. Well, obviously, the reason why that's the case is because the British government is continuing Israel's genocide. The British government is allowing Israel to commit a genocide. The British government is offering material support to Israel as it is committing a genocide. That's why. Yeah, this is a sitting congressperson, Representative Hank Johnson, who apparently says some insane shit. Hamas said it had agreed to release all the Israeli hostages, alive or dead, under the terms of President Trump's proposed Gaza peace plan. Representative Hank Johnson says, I am gratified that Hamas has agreed to release the hostages. Hamas is responsible for the ongoing genocide being undertaken by the state of Israel. What? Wait, I'm sorry. You recognize that Israel is doing a genocide, but you also still think it's Hamas's fault that Israel's doing a genocide? Okay, this, Jay Mershon, sometimes you fucking spam links and it gets annoying, but you were right to send this one. You were right to say this is a new thing that you haven't encountered yet. Because I've encountered people who say Israel's not committing a genocide. I've encountered people who say Israel's committing a genocide, but that's actually good, right? Like, you know, because they deserve it. I have, however, never encountered a person that has said Israel is committing a genocide and it's bad, but it's a genocide because of Hamas. I've only heard other versions of this, like Israel's doing war crimes and a genocide, but it's a good thing because Palestinians deserve it because of Hamas. This guy is saying Israel's committing a genocide and it's bad, but it's because of Hamas that Israel is committing a genocide. I have never heard that before. Someone said you had a podcast with a person like that. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. This is the Ethan Klein position. Oh my God. You're right. You're not wrong. Because it's a disingenuous one that I never even actually thought about it like that. That's true. Low key, not wrong. And I call on Trump administration to force a stop to that atrocity and to prevent Israel from annexing the West Bank. Progress can be made towards a peace agreement that includes the establishment of a homeland for Palestinians. Wow. Brilliant fucking take. I've never heard the stop hitting yourself. Brilliant take. Stop hitting yourself, but this time it's about genocide. Hamas is responsible for the ongoing genocide by being undertaken by the state of Israel is such a wild thing to say. Clintonian triangulation is strange because it's such an unusual triangulation. The normal play is to ignore that it's a genocide and give platitudes about the need for aid or whatever. This acknowledges the state of Israel is carrying out the genocide, but then hedges by saying Hamas forced them to do it. Incredible. It's incredible because it just doesn't make sense. Because it's such an insane thing to say. Which is why, like, when Ethan made this exact same claim, we just didn't factor that he was being sincere about the recognition of Israel doing a genocide. Because you can't recognize a state or an entity doing a fucking genocide and then simultaneously say it's the victim's fault. Like, that doesn't make sense at all. Unless you think Israel's doing a genocide and it's a good thing. You know what I mean? It is a totally incoherent thing to state. Okay. We got the Kristi Noem shit. We already covered Greta Thunberg chatters who keep asking. It's also Asman position. They deserve it because it's baked into their laws. I mean, his position is irrelevant. Most insane headline you will ever read. Republican candidate in Virginia caught in Tumblr Nazi porn scandal. Why is that the most insane headline I'll ever read? What? Oh my God. Another. This is it that insane? I mean, this literally happened in North Carolina. And what was even crazier was that the dude was black. This is not an insane headline. This is just canon for the Republican Party at this point. Like, what's next? You're going to tell me that there was another pedophile? There was another high-ranking Republican outed as a pedophile? That's not, I don't know. I don't think that's like that insane at this point. Is it really? Is it insane? I guess the strangest part about it is the medium. Tumblr is such an odd place to be procuring pornography as like a 50-plus-year-old Republican politician. Yeah, I think this guy, if he bravely stays in the race, he could even win. Who knows? Anyway, let's look at the pro-Palestinian protests erupting worldwide after the flotilla was intercepted by Israel.
To protest against the.
I will say the interesting thing about the Italian protests have been the age. The age is represented in the Italian protests. Like, you look at the Palestine protests in France, like, it's mostly young people, but the Italian one is everybody. Partially because it's like partially because it's a general strike. But it is kind of cool to see like how many older people participating in these fucking protests.
Genocide in Gaza, and to support the global Sumud flotilla that came and was arrested yesterday. I also came to support all the movement to impact sanctions on Israel to stop what's happening in Gaza right now, but also to stop what's happening in the West Bank, and to support the Palestinians and to help free Palestinians from ongoing ethnic cleansing.
Ci sia gente che stia morendo sotto le bombe, noi non lo possiamo tollerare. Il pensiero che vengano bombardati gli ospedali, che sono i luoghi sacri di cura, non lo possiamo tollerare.
La gente que está en la flotilla ha tenido el suficiente coraje de dejar todo lo que tiene en sus familias.
Bro, what's crazy about the Italian protest, by the way? A fucking police union joined the protests, I heard. A fucking police union joined the fuck Israel protest, bro. Are you joking? That is fucking insane. a police union also participated in the general strike. Guys, I don't think you understand. Like, this isn't on some fuck cop shit, okay? The reason why this is significant is because police are not supposed to strike against, police are not supposed to strike alongside striking workers. Their job, literally, definitionally, is to fight against striking workers. Okay? That is their most consequential, most important aspect of their job. That is why they have so much power, because they protect capital. And they're supposed to squash any sort of discontent and disruption. So for them to also join in on a general strike is very strange.
Vive para ir a ayudar a esa gente. Nosotros como población y gente que podemos dar nuestra voz, tendríamos que darles ese apoyo, tener el coraje de al menos salir a las calles a decirles que...
I know my shirt says rooted in Arabic. I know.
Estamos con ellos.
A gente está aqui também, e principalmente por conta do sequestro da flotilha que estava se encaminhando para Gaza, levando alimentos, medicamentos, anestésicos, alimentos para leite para as crianças, e eles foram sequestrados em águas internacionais, o que é um crime.
Let Gaza live. Stop the bombs. Stop the bombs. The bombs need to stop. They keep, all these experts keep saying we're running out of bombs. How many trillions of dollars are we in debt? Look at our people living on the streets in America so we can bomb and kill other people. That's ridiculous and it's sickening. That's why I'm here. I'm not Palestinian, not Arab. I'm just an American that believes what's right is right and that good should prevail.
Garda pepper sprayed pro-Palestine protesters today when they try to block off the port to prevent Israeli goods from entering Ireland. Ugh. Yeah. I mean, look, this is why mass mobilization is very important, okay? Mass mobilization is very important because it gives others the confidence to also go out to the streets. And it's also important because, like, there are far too many of us as opposed to how many of them exist, okay? There are more of us than there are of them. It's that simple. There are more anti-genocide people than there are pro-genocide people. They can't arrest every single person. They just can't. They can't do that. No matter how hard they tried. That's why the Palestine Action protests in the UK are also very important. AIPAC candidate turning out the crowds in Michigan too. Wait, what? AIPAC candidate? Dem establishment and AIPAC's preferred candidate for Michigan Senate speaking before two people. Oh my God. This is Dr. Abdul Sayed. Dr. Abdul Sayed's major op. The one person standing is a tracker. Yikes, please tell me that was 30 minutes before the showtime. Well, I'll tell you this. She's on stage and it's not a sound check. This is the one that Senate Dems are going to fundraise for in the middle of the shutdown. Yeah. They do not want our boy Abdul to take this slot, okay? Big protest in LA for immigration and now one outside of Israeli consulate. Lots of movement in Los Angeles this week. Damn. I leave LA for 1 second and y'all decide to mobilize. DSCC chair Kirsten Gillibrand is hosting a Tuscan European-style Napa retreat with spa treatments, a wine cave tour, and a dinner featuring Michigan Senate candidate Haley Stevens, likely scheduled right in the middle of a government shutdown that threatens jobs of thousands of fucking workers. Oh my God. That's who she's fundraising for. Haley fucking Stevens. Haley Stevens. A random Zionist is going to say you're advocating for a mass mobilization and you're a terrorist? I don't give a shit. People say that all the time. They can suck my dick. Democrats are so busted, bro. They do not want to win. They want to keep things going. They just want to make sure that they still have Zionists that are in charge of the party. They do not care about democracy. They will throw it away. Hi, quick message from Portland. Could you please ask the helicopter that keeps flying in circles over my house at 2 a.m. to stop so I can sleep? Okay, you got it. I'll give a call to the Portland Commie Antifa police force. I just, like, who is this for, man? I mean, Israel. It's for Israel. That's who this is for. This is just for Israel. What time are you starting stream tomorrow? Tomorrow's stream is going to start very early for LA time. It is going to start, tomorrow's stream for GP3 is going to start at, I think, 3 a.m. LA time. Or it may be, wait, 3 a.m. LA time? Yeah, I'm pretty sure 3 a.m. LA time. And it's going to go on from 3 a.m. LA time until a little bit after 7 p.m. LA time. So it's going to be from 3 a.m. PST all the way to, yeah, we're going to start with the qualifiers, which are starting at 12:30 French time. Yeah. 12:30 French time is when the qualifiers start. And the last race ends, like the race ends and the podium thing starts at 7 p.m. So if you're on the East Coast, you're lucked out. You wake up early, 6 a.m., you can watch. The American team is Ludwig and Michael Reeves. No, it ends at 7 p.m. French time, which is, I think, 10 a.m. It is the exact opposite time that I normally stream at. Like, straight up, the exact opposite times. It's the times that I don't stream is the time that I will be streaming at. Where do we watch? On this broadcast. There's an actual Formula 1 race on tomorrow. Okay. There's also a Formula 4 race that will be broadcasted on this channel. This Formula 4 race will have some content creators that you know and some content creators that you will get to know. Some French content creators, some Spanish content creators, and also Ludwig and Michael Reeves. The Spanish-speaking broadcast will be hosted on eBay's channel. The French-speaking broadcast will be hosted on Squeezy's channel. And the English-speaking broadcast will be hosted on my channel and Pokemon's channel. I will be commentating, despite the fact that I am not exactly the most knowledgeable on racing. Alongside Pokemon, We'll have other guests on as well. The Yard's very own Slime and Nick will be on as roaming guest hosts. And we will have some surprise guests on the broadcast as well, including French content creators like Etoile and numerous others. Did you exclude Aiden because he's bisexual? No, I excluded Aiden because he's my op. As he has turned to political commentary himself, he has become my enemy. And also because he's bisexual, and therefore obviously also my enemy for that reason. Because I am a foe to the LGBTQ community. Are you going to be streaming on Monday? I guess you need time to go back to us. Yes, I will be streaming on Monday. However, that is, of course, if I don't get fucking arrested. Upon my return to the United States of America.
They answered the call of the unions, gathering at Rome's central station. Students, workers, and ordinary Italians joining a nationwide general strike to protest Israel's interception of the Gaza Aid Flotilla. 40 Italians were on board, including opposition MPs. But for people here, solidarity stretches past national lines.
Perché è importante per lei partecipare allo sciopero?
I am here to denounce the shameless genocide in Gaza, which didn't start just 2 years ago, but 70 years ago. This strike shows how Italian workers are not indifferent to what is going on in Palestine.
It is an important event for Palestinian people. They should have the solidarity of Italian people even more when our government instead only shows complicity with the Israeli state.
Never seen this many people gathered all together for the same cause in Italy in, I believe, over 20 years. It hasn't happened, and we are seeing some change. We're pressuring the government, and they're making small steps and small improvements, and they mean a lot.
The strike affected transport, education, and healthcare, with only essential services running. The youngest participants taking a day off school. And as the protest filed past government buildings through the streets of central Rome, it spilled beyond the...
Dude, why would you be arrested? No reason to be. Dog, last time I traveled to France and came back, I got detained. And the federal government had not tried to make being an anti-fascist a designated terrorist category at that point. Okay? Things have gotten literally worse since then. But yes, I am talking to lawyers for help.
Boundaries of the city, stopping traffic.
The protest march has reached Rome's Ring Road, which encircles the Italian capital. And you can see over there, that is the entrance to the motorway, which has also been blocked. And even though Friday's general strike had not been officially authorized, we've seen police let people file past them and their vans.
Similar demonstrations took place in Bologna, Naples, and other cities. The anger aimed not only at Israel, but also at Giorgia Meloni's right-wing government, which protesters accuse of being complicit in Israel's war in Gaza, a war that people here say they will not stop.
Wait, I just joined. What are lawyers for? Just a contingency plan for if I do get detained. But this time for even longer than I did last time.
Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, Rome.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe.
Athletic Bilbao invites Palestinian refugees to pitch in tribute for Gaza. That's crazy. Bro, that level of support, man. It is crazy. So is the commentary thing just tomorrow, or did I miss the whole weekend? No, it's tomorrow.
Government shutdown will stretch into next week. Yesterday, Democrats and Republicans failed to advance competing proposals to fund the government. According to the Congressional Budget Office, about 750,000 federal workers could be furloughed, costing them $400 million in daily wages. Willie James Inman is live at the White House. Willie James, good morning.
Michelle, good morning to you. The government shutdown continues this week.
American sports, question mark? I know. The more I see football hooligans, ultras come out in support of Palestinians, the more I see mass mobilization take place and general strikes take place all around European capitals, the more I'm ashamed of my country. Like, we are the most responsible after Israel. Some might even say more responsible than Israel for giving Israel the tools and also urging Israel to continue doing this genocide. And the fact that, like, our population is either completely oblivious to that reality or just, like, not doing anything with the same numbers or the same intensity or the same frequency as, like, Europeans, UK, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, everywhere. Everywhere around the world, people are mobilizing. Sports fans are mobilizing. Ugh, Americans, man. Deep shame. Canada too. Canada is like mobilizing, but not as hard, I feel like, as these European capitals are.
With Congress deadlocked.
Yeah, people are doing moments of silence for Palestinians in European soccer fields. We're doing moments of silence for Charlie Kirk in America. Like, shouts out to the Yankees, man. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing. That's what we're up to here.
Funding and Republicans and Democrats trading blame for the situation. But in the middle of it all are thousands of federal workers who are going without a paycheck.
On Friday, the Senate failed to pass legislation to extend federal funding, pushing the ongoing government shutdown into next week.
The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
A Republican-backed plan already passed in the House, but the bill did not receive enough support from Senate Democrats. A Democratic counterproposal also failed to move forward.
So we're in a shutdown posture here because of Senate Democrats. There is united support, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, a few Senate Democrats, the President of the United States in support of keeping or opening the government back up.
Democrats want more health care funding, including an extension of Affordable Care Act tax credits.
My caucus and Democrats are adamant that we must protect the health care of the American people.
House Speaker Mike Johnson canceled plans for the chamber to return to Washington next week, a move that effectively puts pressure on the Senate to act.
So the House will come back into session and do its work as soon as Chuck Schumer allows us to reopen the government. That's plain and simple.
As Congress remains at a stalemate, federal workers are furloughed and are not being paid. Meanwhile, the White House is floating possible mass firings during the shutdown.
Look, the Office of Management and Budget, as we've said repeatedly, is working with the agencies and our cabinet secretaries to identify where cuts unfortunately can and have to be made.
Max Steyer is the president of the Partnership for Public Service.
So federal employees are truly both first responders and victims. They're feeling a sense of betrayal, a sense of fear, a sense of uncertainty around, how they're going to be able to do what they're there to do, which is to help the public.
As negotiations continue, sources tell CBS News House Republicans will hold a call over the weekend. Both chambers are in recess for now. Michelle?
Willie James, thank you.
President Trump is ordering a review of Oregon's federal funding as Antifa chaos continues in Portland.
Meanwhile, radical agitators have spent nearly 100 nights straight laying siege outside the city's ICE facility.
Chanley Painter is here with all of the details. Chanley.
Hey, good morning. That's right. Trump's announcement coming as the violent anti-ICE clashes persist in Portland since early June. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying this. Watch.
President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. This is not peaceful protesting. This is left-wing anarchy.
ICE's Portland director says the facility is under constant attack with little help from local police because of political directives from city leaders. And the nightly protests have escalated beyond just chants and signs. Bottle rockets are striking ICE buildings, rocks are shattering windows, lasers targeting officers' eyes, and barricades blocking vehicles.
Dog, what you're describing is at most a fucking nuisance. What you're showing, on the other hand, is military gear wearing cops beating the fucking doorknobs off of tax-paying citizens while deploying chemical weapons on them. Like, the disproportionality here is so severe. And what's crazy is that Americans don't realize that. Like, they have no way of looking at the situation and being like, okay, so you're telling me that these guys are throwing like bottles and stuff, and then the cops come in with chemical weapons that are banned in combat and deploying said chemical weapons as a mechanism for crowd control against tax-paying citizens while they got like military gear on? I don't know. You see this fucking insane video that went mega viral? Oh, I did. Yes. I did. Portland ICE agent jumps into a brawl to pepper spray a frog in the ass. Except people are laughing about this. But what's crazy about it is like that literally is a fucking is for breathing. He is literally, he identifies the one area for like air to come in and out of the fucking costume and then pepper sprays it. Like he's hotboxing the dude, turning it into a fucking gas chamber. It could have killed him. This is the siege on Portland. America for Americans.
USA! USA! USA! USA!
What? I'm confused by what this is. America for Americans, we are asleep no longer. Why does the Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account constantly post like, oh, this is in front of an ICE facility? That's so funny. Wow, sick, man. Hell yeah, dude. You guys have a real movement right there. No, but what the question is, why does the Department of Homeland Security constantly post like AI Nazi shit, but in the lamest way possible too? They constantly post like a fucking groiper. Like they post like friend memes. They post shit like this. Like they post like an angsty teenager. Meanwhile, they're the social media apparatus for an incredibly violent tool of the federal government. I don't understand it. Like, who is this PR for?
On Friday, the FBI said 2 federal citations were issued in just the past 24 hours, as well as 27 active and pending investigations and 130 arrests. Following 100 days since agitators have laid siege to that ICE facility, Portland FBI is posting this quote: "We continue to work with our partners to investigate instances of violence and destruction of property and hold those individuals accountable." And meanwhile, in Illinois, protests also persist there, guys, as federal agents announced the arrest of more than 1,000 illegal aliens as part of Operation Midway Blitz, a sweeping crackdown they launched earlier this month. Guys, back to you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, thank you. Interesting. That's what Governor Pritzker says is cooperation in keeping people safe.
So why wouldn't they let you in? What's been going on here? What's been going on here, Secretary?
Oh, that's Benny Johnson. That's 100% Benny Johnson. A Tim Pool journalist was arrested and that person contacted DHS that led to the escalation that's being seen in Oregon now.
Coming to go out and do some operations to pick up some guys with criminal convictions on them, and the city police wouldn't even let us use a restroom.
And you were just blocked by a worker here for the city?
A worker at the municipal building here in Broadmoor would not allow us to go in and to use the restroom at the police station. So as much as these local leaders and governors talk about cooperating and having the backs of our law enforcement officers, this is what we have to put up with every single day. And all we're doing—
No, they literally say they don't want you there. Actually. So they're abiding by the wishes of their constituents. And nobody's out here being like, please come to Illinois. As a matter of fact, they've made it clear. They're like, don't come to Illinois. We don't want you here.
is getting criminals as terrorists and cartels and gang members off the streets to make families safer here. It's ridiculous.
I mean, is impeding law enforcement? I mean, this is a real problem around here.
Impeding law enforcement. What, not letting Kristi Noem piss in the fucking police precinct is not impeding law enforcement, dude. These guys are so funny. You are tactically engaging in a kinetic action that is rendering me, that is impeding and obstructing my piss. as an honorary member of law enforcement, you are impeding on law enforcement activity. This is criminal misconduct. Please allow me my moment of reprieve. I must tactically disassemble my bowel movements. When do you stream F4 Twin? In a couple hours, basically.
I'm so proud of our officers that deal with this every single day. They know that
Our officers that have to hold their pee-pee every single day. We're so proud of them. We're so proud of them. They're brave big boys. They are brave big boys for being able to hold their pee-pee in without having to go to the nearest precinct. As a matter of fact, they use tactical diapers.
America's got their backs, but what they face here every day is real prosecution.
Incredible.
How do you move your setup so fast and everywhere in every country and stream every day? Because I'm the fucking GOAT. But thank you for asking. Finally, somebody recognizes all the fucking work we put in around these goddamn parts so you can get all the news that's fit to print.
Wow. Municipal Broadview building.
Christina Coleman, she has the latest on this morning's attack on law enforcement in Illinois. Christina.
Hi, John. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin says law enforcement officers were boxed in by 10 cars this morning in Broadview, Illinois, the very same area where anti-ICE crowds have been gathering for days. She said, quote, agents were unable to move their vehicle and exited the car. One of the...
Random thought. Y'all ever think Hasan hides him needing to take a shit as a pee break? No. Because I can't shit that fast. I love that this is a real image. Oh my God, so he was actually playing. Y'all said he wasn't. Y'all said he was not playing. He actually was playing. You've never had to poop during a broadcast? No, I have. Don't care about your sob story. Give us small head content. Sorry, I can't do that because my head is normal sized. Connor was guiding him through the menus.
Drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicle was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. She says law enforcement fired defensive shots at an armed U.S. citizen who drove herself to the hospital to get care for wounds. McLaughlin also said that the armed woman was named in a CBP intelligence bulletin last week for doxing agents and posting online, hey, to all my gang, let's F them up. Don't let them take anyone. Very...
Hey, we are a member of a criminal gang. Let us go F those ICE agents up. That's so funny. Come on, man. We like to do gang violence to ICE agents. It's such a stupid
Very
post.
disturbing. Things got violent outside of the ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois, again early yesterday morning. Take a look at that, with anti-ICE protesters clashing with law enforcement. Approximately 250 anti-ICE protesters gathered there. Federal agents fired pepper balls and tear gas to try and break up the crowd, blocking federal operations. Today, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker put out a statement saying the Trump administration intends to federalize 300 members of the Illinois National Guard in the coming hours. Pritzker said, quote, "This morning, the Trump administration's Department of War gave me an ultimatum.
Bro, everything is Israel now. I just like... Sometimes I think, am I too Israel pilled? Like, is too Israel brained, you know? Or is everything just simply Israel? And I feel like the answer is everything is Israel. Because, like, this whole, like, fake, oh, we have real criminal threats that we have to destroy with, like, the dumbest fake bullshit of all time. Permanent victimhood status. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Israel's, like, the purest reactionary form, which is fascism. So it makes sense that... the United States of America, that's also gearing towards full tilt fascism, would behave in a similar fashion.
Troops, or we will. It is absolutely outrageous and un-American to demand a governor-send military...
Like, J.D. Vance literally said, yeah, blood libel when talking about ICE agents. He said it's blood libel to call ICE agents Gestapo. Like, it doesn't get more Israel than that, you know?
Troops within our own borders and against our will. Pritzker maintains that there's no need for military troops on the ground in Illinois, and he says he will not call up the National Guard. Meantime, in Portland, another city with ongoing violence outside of an ICE facility, a fist fight broke out between an ICE supporter and anti-ICE protester. You could see there in that video that was a conservative influencer who had been arrested by Portland police. Explained to our Bill Malusian what had happened. He has since been released. But there you go. You could see that fist fight between that ICE protester and anti-ICE supporter. There you go. There you see him laid out. That's just some of the ongoing violence there. Now, federal authorities say local politics is impacting police involvement. Take a listen.
Unfortunately, local police has been restricted from responding or cooperating at all with federal authorities, which is completely absurd.
Also last night, Portland police say they arrested 2 men who refused to get out of the street and engaged in aggressive behavior toward each other during the protests. Again, just some of the ongoing violence in that area.
So what happened there? Is that the journalist? The Tim Pool guy? No, right? The Tim Pool guy was like... Yeah, not only did they pepper spray the frog costume like vent, like the inflator, specifically to suffocate the person in the frog costume. But look at this video. I saw this one too.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she kept saying, "You're fucking stupid, you're fucking stupid." And then the response was to pepper spray this person like that close to their face, which, by the way, these guys know will absolutely have permanent damage.
Who is talking to you? No. Hey, this is the line that they created. Oh shit.
Big tough guy, man. You're a big man. Little guy. This one's really bad too in Chicago.
Step back. Step back. I'm on a public
He's not doing anything. You're saying that.
Like, what's the purpose there? Like, that's just straight up assault. You understand? That's all this is. That's just straight up assault. Like, this is the thing that really pisses me off about Americans, because like Americans will look at this and be like, "Well, he didn't listen to a lawful order by a cop." Like, these are supposed to be human beings and also public servants. Like, they're not fucking gods. Okay? They don't get to just like beat the shit out of people who hurt their feelings. Okay? You don't get to do that. Nobody gets to do that. And you know who especially doesn't get to do that? A dude in a fucking military kit with a goddamn automatic machine gun strapped to his fucking chest. What are we talking about? It's so crazy. Americans will look at that and be like, "Nah, that's valid." ICE agent used tear gas to speed up traffic in Chicago. ICE gassed a 2-year-old because they were mad about the traffic. They are on a terror spree. What? ICE deployed tear gas on crowded public street because they were upset being stuck in Chicago traffic. A 2-year-old child required medical care after inhaling the chemical agent. Adults were vomiting on the sidewalk. Local elementary school was forced to lock down for recess due to the presence of agents. People in nearby cars reported that the tear gas caused their ears, nose, and mouth to run after chemicals seeped into vehicles despite windows rolled up. The incident occurred close to Funston Elementary School in the Logan Square neighborhood in Chicago, Illinois.
Fuck you, you fuckers. Fuck you. Fucking bitches.
What the fuck? Well, I look at this and I feel protected, you know? I look at this and I see our brave law enforcement officers doing a grand old job, you know? I mean, like these guys get paid with our taxes, by the way. Just remember that. Okay? They're public servants, supposedly doing all this for our best interests, okay?
And just the horrors of what happened to the children is one thing. You also had American citizens, black American citizens that were drugged out of their homes and detained and put through something that they should not have had to go through. And when we are having a conversation about how customary it is to detain someone, I want people to remember the historic implications of that for black people.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what would be? Wait, let me ask you honestly. What would be the alternative to go in there and say, okay, guys, raise your hand if you are an American citizen, and we're going to let you out of here. Do you trust people?
What are you saying? What do you? Yeah, the alternative is conducting a proper investigation ahead of time, figuring out if there's a fucking criminal there, getting the proper arrest warrant, a judicial warrant to enter into that individual's home. No one else's home, just that individual's home. That is just the law, by the way. What's the alternative? Following the fucking law? Yes, dumbass. That's the fucking alternative. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, you can't just go, what's the alternative? Not violating the Constitution? Not violating the Fourth Amendment? Yeah. No, that's the bare minimum, actually. Hello? There is no other alternative to this, actually. That's what's supposed to happen. What the fuck? You can't just go, what's next? About a egregious violation of the law.
To be honest, is that the alternative? Is that the alternative?
No, yeah, the alternative is for law enforcement to do their job.
Yes, that's what they're doing.
They are detaining the right people.
And how do they detain? How do they determine that? They have to see the papers.
The alternative is for law enforcement
to
act like a scalpel and not like a hatchet.
Brianna, 1 second. When you walk down the street.
Like, that dumbass is talking about dragnets. Ask that person about China, and they'll talk about, like, how devastating this is. Ask that person about Xinjiang, right? The Uyghur genocide. Ask that person about Xinjiang. Why was the Chinese intervention in Xinjiang, the autonomous region, unacceptable? At least from my assessment, because these guys will go above and beyond and say they were, like, you know, slaughtering Uyghurs by the millions and, like, eating their organs or whatever the fuck. But, like, as far as mass surveillance and mass detention, that was the problem. It was dragnets. Portrayed as a counterterrorism initiative. It was literally what the administration is doing. Dragnets and mass surveillance acted on by state mandate as a fucking counterterrorism initiative. That's exactly what the current American government is doing. When they talk about what the Chinese government is doing in Xinjiang, they literally say they were doing a Holocaust there, okay? They were doing a Holocaust. They were just, like, killing every single man, woman, and child they could. But then when America is doing similar things, if not identical things, on U.S. soil, they're like, well, okay. Oh, well, that's just, you know, following lawful orders. It's ridiculous.
When you walk down the street and so let's say hypothetically a law enforcement person came up to you and said, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" What are you going to say?
Well, that's not the question.
No, let me ask you. If they said that to you, what would you say?
I would say yes.
Okay, and then they said, "I don't believe you. Let me put you in
you know
some
the
zip
difference?
Weren't you as a kid at Tiananmen Square? Oh my God.
You know what the difference is when they're going into a hostile situation?
Hold on a second.
Abby, you're
hold on a second.
There were 37 illegal aliens
out of
hundreds of
people. This is where people live, man. Listen, I think that I'm just playing out the scenario that you just described.
Right, but the scenario I'm describing is
Brianna, you just described the scenario. Yes, and in which you say that their only choice is to detain someone, make them not free to go, take away their freedom for however long, so that they can prove, not to take your word for it, but to prove that they are citizens. And if that happened to you, walking down the streets of New York, you would probably file a lawsuit, would you not?
Abby, you are completely taking what I said out of context. So I will say it again. When a law enforcement official is going into a situation or an environment in which they know that there are criminal gang members in a confined environment in an apartment complex.
We have to go.
And in an apartment complex.
I don't want us to forget.
How should they differentiate between the two?
Hold on a second. I don't want us to
very real situation.
I don't want us
to explain the actual thing that I just said.
Just 1 second.
Every single day.
I don't want us to forget.
Dude, what ICE did in collaboration with other federal law enforcement in the Chicago apartment complex is completely illegal and unjustifiable. Okay? I don't understand why these guys have some of the dumbest right-wingers. I mean, I don't think that there's an intelligent right-winger in general that you could even have. I don't know why they're doing this in the set of the Food Network for some reason.
So I don't want us to forget
Like, what the fuck is going on at CNN?
that we're talking about an apartment building in the middle of the night where people, many innocent people, many innocent people were sleeping in their beds, going about their lives. They don't have a, hold on a second. They don't have a choice about who they're.
Yeah, and then in the process, they zip-tied naked children and arrested an entire building of U.S. citizens so they could post this video to impress unfuckable 65-year-old MAGA pigs with heart disease. Yeah, they had a Black Hawk, bro. Like, they're making it seem like they were arresting fucking El Chapo, dude. They got the busboy working down the street. This is literally like the lawful, the criminal person that they're apprehending in this is like 37 dudes that work for landscaping small businesses and like the bar back at the fucking local eatery. Okay? That's what they're doing. Uber Eats delivery drivers. It is the most psychotic shit. Yeah, you'd think they're in the Bin Laden compound the way they're moving. You did it. You did it, bros. You did it. You arrested the local dishwasher. I can't believe it. You did it for the heinous crime of seeking refuge in the United States of America, okay? Fantastic. And a shit ton of American citizens were detained in the process and had their stuff thrown around, destroyed in the process. All the doors were destroyed in the compound. There's been so many instances exactly like this. Slumlord wants to offload a property, so they call ICE and say they suspect migrant gangs, traffickers, whatever. ICE comes in, humiliates, detains, intimidates, and robs every tenant until the building clears out. Yep. This is what happened in Aurora, Colorado as well. They were like, oh, Trendarog was in the building. Meanwhile, it was the dude's like 8th building that had been condemned by the local officials. Fucking slumlords, dude. And you can do this because even the American citizens involved that get detained in the process that live in those buildings are so fucking poor that no one will defend them. Oh, don't remind me, TYT, greatest shame by promoting that shit? Yeah. Maybe they'll talk about this one too. They'll say, oh, Trendarog was in this building too. Those amassed and armed federal agents backed by a Black Hawk helicopter descend on a Chicago apartment building, handcuff everyone, including kids, and then check them all for outstanding warrants and immigration status. It's fucking unbearable. Here's more from that panel with dipshit Scott Jennings.
I mean, it's a place that I didn't think I was actually going to have to be in when we live in the United States. And I think about, you mentioned Chicago, just the...
Brother, sister, I already covered the Greta Thunberg story. I did. That was the first story I covered today. Is there a clip of TYT defending this? I don't know if there's a clip of TYT defending this version, but they defended the Aurora, Colorado one, saying like, no, it is Trendaragua. These guys do actually come from Venezuela and like take over entire apartment complexes. And it's good that that ICE actually did this last time.
Scene of children being torn from their homes in the middle of the night because of this over-militarization of a community, and just to think of the trauma and what that's going to do for the next generations to come.
It's terrible when the children of Trendaragua are having to be separated.
I know the children argument doesn't work for Republicans because it never has.
Violent situations.
But I actually
we don't actually know. First of all, we don't know who those children were, but I imagine that there were other children who were not.
I mean, it's a place that I didn't think I was actually going to have to.
Incredible. Dude, I think one of the craziest parts about all of this is that people just don't realize that we have normalized some of the most abnormal shit in this country, and every day things get worse. Every day that goes by and people defend this kind of shit, Americans are getting more comfortable with a fascist government taking over. I mean, it already has. I don't know. I don't know where this goes, man. The ICE stuff is so crazy. It's just so unacceptable. And you do have dipshits out there who are celebrating this. Like, hell yeah, baby. My life sucks dick. So I'm glad when I think about like a random person who has even less than I do getting fucked over, because I'm fearful of that person. I'm fearful that they're brown and therefore scary. Horrifying stuff. Anyway, that's all I got for today. It's a very short stream tonight, obviously, because I'm going to be live in a couple hours. Not in a couple hours, but like 10 hours. We're going to be going live early in the morning. Super early for LA time, obviously. 3 a.m. Pacific time. All the way until 10 a.m. Pacific time for GP3. Hopefully we'll see you here. But I'm going to be live broadcasting alongside Pokimane GP3, the Formula 4 race. Ludwig and Michael Reeves are competing for the American team, basically, against a bunch of French content creators and a bunch of Spanish content creators. And it is a massive event, ginormous event. 200,000 plus people are here in Le Mans, like in the arena, around the track, watching. And we will be the English broadcaster for the entire event. It's very exciting stuff. I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight, hopefully, so I can wake up early and then live broadcast that. And yeah, it's going to be viewed by millions of people. And yes, GP Explorer, for those outside of France, GP Explorer was created by French content creator Squeezie in 2022. The idea was bold: gather some of the biggest content creators and streamers, put them through months of real motorsports training, and let them compete in a professional level Formula 4 race. Formula 4 is the first official step in single-seater racing after karting. These cars are lightweight, fast, and purpose-built for competition. Nothing like a modified road car. Driving one requires precision, courage, and plenty of training. That's why each creator spends months preparing, learning real racecraft, and getting licensed to race. What started as an experiment has grown into a cultural phenomenon. Thousands of fans fill the Bugatti circuit at Le Mans, a world-famous racetrack, and millions more watch online. GP Explorer is both a serious race and a massive festival with fan activities and an atmosphere you'd normally only find at major motorsport events. Now, they did this in 2022 and then 2023. This is the third and final GP Explorer. This is going to be the last one, okay? That's why it's called The Last Race. To celebrate, the event expands into a 3-day program from October 3rd to 5th with even more track actions, concerts, and live entertainment. And the American team, there's 24 well-known creators split into 12 teams. French teams are returning from the years prior. Ludwig and Michael Reeves is racing as the official crew Motorfest team. They're the American team. And if you want to see the event program, free practice starts at 8:30 a.m., 11:30 p.m. Pacific. The qualification races, which is when we are going to start broadcasting, start at 12:30 p.m. Or not 12:30, sorry, 3:30 a.m. Pacific time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. And the actual race is going to be at 9 a.m. Pacific time or 12 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch Le Mans in person. There are plenty of ways to follow GP Explorer. Official French stream is going to be on Squeezy's Twitch and YouTube channels. International streams are going to be, the English stream is my and Pokemane's Twitch channel will feature the English broadcast, and the Spanish one will be on Ebai's Twitch channel. Between you and Pokemon, the knowledge of cars isn't really that compelling, law. Is Ebai a fucking knowledgeable race car driver, dumbass? It's content. It's also not like professional sports. These are not professional drivers either, okay? Predict now the winner. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be the Spanish dude. Famous petrol head Ludwig. Yeah, Ludwig, who has crashed 2 Vespas. Reeves wins. Easy, mark my words. I have hope, but for those unfamiliar with open wheel racing, free practice is the opportunity for drivers to get used to track conditions, while qualification is a time trial to set your best lap time, which determines the starting grid. It's the first chance to see how drivers are stacking up before the race. Great way to familiarize yourself with the turns as well. Yeah. Ludwig at the 360 no scope 5 seconds into the race. I know he spun out. Michael Reeves literally drove a car with his mind. He will win. Well, I'm going to be very American patriot tomorrow. Okay. I got patriotism in my heart, as much as it pains me to support Ludwig. I will suck it up and do the right thing, because obviously I'm on Team America. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Hopefully, I'll see some of you tomorrow. Starting off in LA time at 3 a.m. Pacific, 6 a.m. Eastern time. See you there. Peace.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.